I'm just going to cover up YouTube. So if people have anything to say over there, I mean, I'll see chat, but I won't see like the preview. So if some breaks on YouTube side, I'm just going to be blissfully unaware. Okay. So for the first one, yeah, the one I'm the most scared of is actually the Who Needs GPS. I signed up for after much hesitation. All right. So the very first one we're going to do is let's deliver Caliber vehicles from the car factory in Kansas City without any damage. It doesn't tell me I have to deliver anywhere specific to. Oh, cruising Kansas. Using external contracts, the external market, the worldwide trucks connected profile, yada yada yada. The player completes to deliver from 14 different Kansas City. They will achieve the personal goal. That's totally fine because I'm going to be doing that anyways. All right. Yeah. Okay. All jobs in the event need to be at least 100 miles. We'll see about that. You know what? Oh, I don't want to see that. I'm curious of those external contracts, if it means I'll be able to reliably make sure we get what we're looking for. So that's a yard truck, so I need to deliver, what was it said, vehicles? Caliber vehicles. What the heck is a Caliber vehicle? Now, the question is only if the external contracts count. Cars, mobile barriers. Grain, used packaging. Yeah, so I'm not sure what qualifies as a Caliber vehicle. Because all these leave Kansas City, which is where I have to go from. I was looking to see if any of these would say Caliber on them, but I'm not seeing them. We could also just ignore that one and just do a different one first. Okay. We'll start with just trying to do from the car factory. Let's not worry about those. I can worry about that later. We'll just go to the freight market, Kansas City. Well, I want to select Kansas City. We'll just get in the world real fast and then we'll do it. Because I think because I fast travel, I haven't loaded in. It's being weird about it. Because there's one where I have to deliver cars from this location. And the reason I'm choosing this one is we can knock out 3 dares at the same time. But I need to not get damaged. I think there's only one that required no fines. Yeah, it was the only one is the GPS one requires no fines. Alright, so we're loaded in. Just gonna click on the email. We've got special transit and all that. Alright, so we are going to job market, freight. Oh, it's because I haven't discovered. I'm not sure if we will finish it here today, but we'll discover. Like, we're driving around Kansas most of the day, so we should be making progress towards that. So I need to discover Kansas. I need to repair my vehicle. All right, so service, repair all, replace all, confirm. Yeah, so for the discovering all 14, there is an achievement I get when I find all, so you don't have to keep track. Because as you saw, the problem I ran into where I couldn't select the freights for this location is I technically haven't discovered the city I'm currently parked in, because we got fast traveled there due to the update. I mean, I chose to show up here, but... It's also interesting I haven't discovered the thing that's parked in yet. Let's just go right over here. Get the recruiter. How far do you want me to pull into your parking lot? I'm assuming once we go around the corner over here, we'll be fine. Okay. Because they'll be like, you discovered Kansas City. And the fines are still technically off for playing the other day. I'll probably turn those on as a way of, like, forcing me to behave with my driving. Alright, have we technically discovered this? Or is this one of those things that gotta drive out of town and back in? Alright, so freight. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Nope, still not discovered it. It's probably an issue you don't deal with normally because you just drive into, like, you have your starting town and after that, you just drive in. Alright. Also see if we go where it says Kansas City, if it'll figure itself out. Otherwise I could choose a road and just drive out of town. There was an achievement, or not achievement, there was a dare if I found all the cinematic points. But the ones like find, you know, 3 hidden roads or, you know, the cinematic points, those can just take a while because you don't necessarily know what you're looking for, where to find it, that kind of thing. My assumption is that we drive out here. We could trigger to realize that we need to have Kansas City discovered and then turn around. I have like no gas, I'm suddenly noticing. That's fine, we'll drive out here. And then we'll like U-turn and all that. Yeah, so I just gotta drive a little ways out of town and back. But yeah, so the quests I'm going to be working on at the beginning with is make a delivery with taking no damage, make $10,000 doing deliveries in Kansas City, do deliveries in Kansas, or not, like in Kansas, not Kansas City. Do deliveries in Kansas for 30 minutes without taking damage. Like, those kind of ones are just, like, do stuff in Kansas, broadly speaking. I feel like should be the first ones we worry about. Alright, Kansas City discovered. Cool, we're going to pay our toll. Oh, there is more map. It looked like the map was ending there. So with that said, I need to figure out where I can turn around to accept our delivery and get that going. Because there's no point in me driving into the middle of absolutely nowhere with no cargo. Hi.
Hi. I love you the most out of all the boys in all the world.
Yeah. Is there seriously already another toll plaza?
Tolls, yay! What state are you in?
We're in Kansas.
Oh.
That's the reason I titled the stream, We're in Kansas, Toto.
In Kansas.
And this is a totally legal U-turn.
Kansas, she says, is the name of the star. Kansas, she said, is the name of the star.
Take a sip. What's the worst?
No, please stop. No, please. No, please stop.
See, Ian likes it.
Singing is fine, but
It
like...
really was no miracle. What happened was just this. The wind began to swish, the house to twitch, and suddenly the hinges started to unhitch. Just then, the witch, to satisfy an itch, went flying on her broomstick, thumbing for a hitch. And ooh, what happened then was rich. The wind began to swish, the house began to twitch. She landed on the wicked witch in the middle of a ditch, which was not a pleasant situation for
What is
the
happening?
wicked witch.
What is currently happening right now? Alright, so we've got Kansas City labeled, so we can start a delivery. Tomb took over. Yes, she did. Alright, so let's see if we can get it to say caliber car. So we can get a wind turbine nacelle. That's not what I need. I need a wind turbine... Where are you? A wind turbine blade. But that it has to come this way, not the other way around. Tamping machine. I'm assuming Caliber is the brand. Let's go look at these cars. Oh, you just want me to deliver... Wait. You want me to deliver the cars within the... Let's just see what happens if we do this. Set GPS. Alright, everyone. She's allowed to take over, it's her right? No, it's just like the fact that she's like just randomly like kind of... It's stage singing kind of thing, but it's just like, what? Alright, so let's start being responsible. Because I have to do these deliveries without damage, which means I can't drive as recklessly as we did the other day. I know I'm running out of fuel. But, so the first delivery, we're just doing from inside Kansas City to... Oh, you know what we also need to do? Stop for 1 second. I need to go to my options. I think it's in my options. Gameplay. We need to change parking. We're going to try and do the parking one. Parking difficulty. I don't see the option it told me. I'm supposed to park one time is where do you need it difficulty. But I don't have where do I need it. Is it because I haven't done enough difficult parking? Does anyone know the answer to that question? You get that when you try for delivery. Okay. Ah, if it has a complex spot. I see. So it's only certain locations. Right, because one of the dare drops is to not take damage while doing where do you need it difficulty parking. Because that'd be very convenient to have an extremely short delivery distance and be able to like knock out like 4 of those all in one go. We'll also need to turn the fines back on for the don't get a fine. The fine is for the GPS one actually, so I can leave those up. I honestly don't care one way or the other. I really need to make gas happen. Yeah, now the no fines one is for it's not I don't think it's a particularly long drive inside of the game. Are fines turned off to the settings? At the moment they're turned off, I'm gonna have to turn them back on. Alright, so I'm looking for a gas station here. Okay, the repair location. Okay, so this is correct. It is Caliber Motors. We are in the right place. So I cannot take any damage once I pick these up. Like, I'm okay now, but once I pick these up, there's no damage allowed. And I have to do this where I have to stop for gas as well, which is adding an extra thing. Do you have to deliver the Caliber stuff to any specifically place? Oh no, it just says literally deliver it from. Okay. For the record, we're delivering it, like, to the other side of town. I might even have enough gas. We're delivering it such a short distance. I just happened to see it where it's like, oh, okay, I just have to deliver this, like, 2 inches where I'm currently from? Alright. I can accept this. Right, market. So where did you go? You were right here a second ago. Did it already go away? It's not what I want to do. I was all excited. Here, let's do this really fast. Let's back up off this spot and just check the map at large. Because that'd be super convenient to have one of the challenges be like right there, where you just like pick it up, drive 2 inches, and it'd be good to get. Yep, no luck. We don't get that freebie. Okay, it's fine. This is my other favorite game. Alright, so yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and just accept one of these and do our best. So I am trying to avoid damage. I don't have to avoid fines, that's fine. So we're in Kansas City. We have to deliver cars. Alright. So I gotta go to New Mexico. Without taking damage. So here's where I go to pick up the trailer and immediately damage the trailer by bumping into it. Hey, Baron, it's going pretty good. Oh, that is not where I was wanting that to be. We're doing the dare drops today because they've got some dare drops going. For those who don't know, Undead Baron, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Does a lot of stuff with like Twitch integration, community stuff, lots of horror games. So like Project Zomboid, been doing the I'm blanking on the new game that I've been Lethal Company, that's the one. Lethal Company has done like lots of Sons of the Forest. All that good stuff. So we're trying very desperately to not damage our vehicle. That is part of this dare drop. And even if we fail, we still get stuff done. I've got a ton of dare drops to do. Because this one pays more than 10,000, so that should finish it. That'll be one of our dares done. I think it shows one that does 10,000. Alright. And we're on our way, and we need to stop at the absolute first gas station we see anywhere. We are obeying all of the laws. Yeah, you should definitely follow Baron if you're into like survival, Twitch integration, community stuff. Definitely good stuff going on there. You love this in SnowRunner? So yeah, there's a dare drop going on right now for this. Just started today. Can I mark the Make Me Play redemption as completed? Yes. Yes, you can. Sorry. I actually meant to do that earlier. There's dare drops for this one. There's dare drops for Farming Simulator. There's dare drops for... Wait, there's like 3 of them. American Truck Simulator, Construction Simulator, and Farming Simulator are all going on right now. And I keep instinctively... No, don't do that. I keep instinctively wanting to push the buttons for, for cruise control and farm sim, because I've been playing a bit of that lately. Yeah, what fun stuff do you have going on, Baron, and your channel? It's okay if you're trying to lurk as well. Like, don't feel obligated to be pulled out. I know you've been doing a lot of Lethal Company, and I saw you're doing some Project Zomboid stuff. I think you started your new season like a week or two ago. There was another game I saw you playing recently. Like, recently versus, like, a couple weeks ago. Alright, we're gonna go wide. I'm gonna try and not bang up anything on the gate. On the other hand, if we're gonna damage our truck, let's do it right at the beginning so I don't feel stressed out about trying to avoid the damage. Why would I start a security check leaving? Still recovering, kind of just messing around? Gotcha. Fair enough. I go back to obeying the laws, like I normally do, because I need to not damage my vehicle. And not speeding and blowing through red lights and all that is going to help me be better about this. Let's see, then make sure you're leaving with the right cargo. I mean, so I mentioned way back, one of my first jobs in IT was I actually worked for a weapons manufacturer and research and development company. Basically, I just had like a different world outlook on the world back then. I won't say who or anything like that, because don't dox yourself. But that was the thing, is they had like no security going in, but they had like, you went through metal detectors and everything going out. Because they didn't want you to do what's known as lunchboxing a gun. Because they made assault rifles and everything. So they didn't want you to take the weapon part by part in your lunchbox out of the place kind of thing. So it was a weird thing having to go through the metal detector on your way out of work every day. It was a weird company. But, early career, you take what you can get in jobs. Getting a little nervous about this gas situation. It was the biggest weapon manufacturer. Nerf. Yeah, I mean, it's Nerf or nothing. You think that's a motto, but that's a reality. No. You've seen the Nerf minigun and all that, where you rotate. I guess it's technically Gatling gun, but you rotate and it just peppers Nerf balls out by the dozens. I am way more nervous about the cars next to me than I have ever been in this game. Because, like, okay, I've got a long drive. You know, if I can manage to do this without damaging it, we get keys to the community. So you're turning. I'm gonna let you on by. Take your time. We get keys to the community for that. When do they have the Nerf nukes? So I used to play paintball as a sponsored player. And there were paintball grenades. And they came in all sorts of different ones, but the ones you saw the most of were, it was kind of like a half sphere. But what would happen with a half sphere is there was like a trigger on one side of it. So you'd throw it on the ground, it would trigger. But, what would happen is it had a little CO2 cartridge, like the little disposable ones, and it would just shoot like 8 paintballs in all directions or whatever. And they had different like numbers and all that. So there already are, I wouldn't call it a toy, but there already are, you know, stuff like that. It wouldn't surprise me if someone came up with a Nerf equivalent of it. I'm getting real nervous about this gas. It's getting really low. And we were in Kansas City, I didn't see a gas station there. And now we're on a major highway going who knows where. Oh, adjust headlights. Yep. Cool. Getting your mileage out of that quote. It's gonna be interesting. I'm wondering as quotes get added over time. Like, there's probably gonna be the handful that people just remember, and there'll be just like a bunch of filler that people won't. Turn pass. We've done it, chat. We murdered a whole lot of trees. I didn't even realize that was that one. First 10 quotes about natures and trees. That's not surprising. I know there was an effort to try and keep as many of the quotes about going after trees as possible for a while. We're in Topeka. All right. The gas is too good to pass up. Oh no, that's absolutely fair. Like, it was a thing that people were like, man, when did this quote thing get added? It's like, that quote thing's been there for like 6 months. I even tried like pushing it for a couple of streams. I was trying to like make it happen, and just no one was using it. So I was like, whatever. Like, I'm not that interested in putting the effort into making this happen. I figured it'd be something that people would have just like latched onto. It just didn't happen. We're in trouble. Alright. World map. Okay, there is a gas station up on the right. If I can get like 10 more miles with what's basically an empty tank. It's almost the same distance if I were to go back, like backtrack to that exit. So fingers crossed that we can get our non-seeable gas meter to last us, you know, to the next city. My confidence is low. Because I also suspect, unlike a lot of real-life gas tanks where the gauge runs out and you still have like a little bit more gas, this is probably, it runs out and your truck immediately starts sucking fumes to the point it doesn't have enough to work with. Now, granted, it always uses fumes, but that's besides the point. You know, this is the time you turn off your AC. Like, do all the things you can to, like, just hyper mile. Like, you set your cruise control and you do not change it for anything. Because Enoch says, oh, I'm making quotes happen. I'm very picky when it comes to adding quotes. I like them to be universal so that they're out of context, not offensive, and they can apply in many situations. Yeah, that's the ideal quotes. Stuff that can be just fun and meaningful at any point. Because some quotes without the context, you just kind of scratch your head and go, I don't understand. Other quotes out of context seem like I'm saying something very problematic. Like, honestly, we got a quote that was like that was like really bad. So far as like, you know, whatever, we would get rid of it. It's kind of like if like, you know, I've had once or twice people try to take a clip out of context. I don't think they tried to spread it around or anything, but they took a clip out of context and I'm like, ooh, I don't want that. Like, that's not a fun kind of out of context. You like out of context, silly, almost loot puts? Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. It's stuff that like either one, it applies like the opposite of what I meant in the moment, or just on the surface looks really, really, really bad. Okay, so I still don't want to take damage, so we're still going to be slow about this and be careful. I'm not just going to go flying around them to make sure I get my gas. You like fart jokes? It was green. I didn't realize it was green until I started turning, but it was green at the time I was starting to turn. Hulk smashed that trailer. I need to not take damage. It's part of the dare drop. That's the reason why doing this kind of stuff is so much more stressful, like having a detour, because it's just adding extra risk. Because like these parts here where you're driving back in the city and all that, they're the areas you're most likely to just like barely nick the trailer on a gas pump or something. They're all nice and lined up. Okay, we made it to the pump, which is honestly surprising. I was not expecting that when I realized how low it was. But it is one of those things that made me wonder, it's like, okay, would I be able to, like, just teleport to the next city? Like, get towed there for gas? Cheat the system? It actually wouldn't cheat the system. The more you have to drive in the cities and all that, the worse. Alright, we got good clearance on either side. Yeah, I've been liking the playlist change. We've been doing the lo-fi thing forever. This is kind of... Some of it is lo-fi, some of it's a little bit higher energy. But none of it's been, like, too bad. I hate that I can't see what I'm doing right now. Okay, we're good. Yeah, it's been only like 2-3 streams now I've been playing this one. It's still Pretzel. It's I'm blanking, is like Harris or something like that? Harris Heffler or something like that? I heard other creators mentioning it. I'm like, okay, this is a bop. This is a jam. Alright, so we've successfully gotten our gas. Some of these quotes, the reason I'm annihilating trees is because I want to see also their trees. Foundry, I'm trying, like I know this is another automation game. Some of those automation games start to blend together. I remember there was a couple of them that I really liked, and there's a couple that I'm like, it's fine. I was trying to get a key for SteamWorld build, because I did the Steam Next Fest for it, and I had fun with that, and it just went 1.0, I think yesterday or the day before that. Wasn't able to so far. But it's been good stuff. Alright. So we've gone about 1/5 of the distance I need to go, and we have not taken damage yet. We've also discovered 3 of Kansas's 14 cities on our very first delivery. Which that'll be kind of one of the things I'll probably make it a point to do is, when we're not doing deliveries that require me to go to or from a specific city, is I'm going to go out of my way to choose a different city to go to. Yep, so that's 4 cities discovered. And part of the way I can tell it is I'm not sure if it's showing up on your end, but I have the achievement prompt from Steam going, you've got 4 out of 14 for this achievement. One of our achievements is involving delivering stuff to or from. We can't see it? Okay. I mean, it's fine. I don't really care one way or the other on that one. Because usually, I'll make a comment when we get an achievement in a game. It's like, oh, I just got an achievement for this. Especially if it's like a fun achievement. Alright. Just like we can't see why kids like the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It's called cinnamon. It's a type of sugar. I know that's a joke from the thing, but the answer is the cinnamon. The cinnamon is why people like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It's sugar. It's just a particular kind of sugar. Because otherwise the rest of it is just like a wheat, piece of like shredded wheat thing. It's just like, why do people like Lucky Charms? The marshmallows. Why do people like Count Chocula? Chocolate. That was, oh, what were we looking at? There's something we were looking at the other day that it was like, we could get it brownie flavored. And I kind of scratched my head, and I was like, so they just mean chocolate, right? Because all brownie is, like, it could be a fudgy chocolate or like a dark chocolate or whatever, but it's chocolate. That's the flavor of brownies. The texture is certainly something to be discussed. There's a distinct brownie texture, again, ranging from like the really, really fudgy brownies, which are the correct one, and the more cake-like brownies, which are the incorrect ones. But it was just kind of going, why did they not just call it chocolate? The answer was marketing, but it was just like, they had a vanilla flavored, a strawberry flavored, and then a brownie flavored. And I was just like, but it's not like it's going to have any brownie chunks in it. It's just chocolate. That's the flavor. You'd like some brownies now? I could go for a brownie right now. I don't have any. Especially if it's like a fudgy brownie, like a proper, like super duper fudgy brownie. My big problem with brownies is I went to Corvallis, Oregon, and they were selling the greatest brownie in the world, and I ate it. And now I have the problem that all other brownies aren't as good. So it's like, I'll have a brownie, like, that's pretty good. But it's not the greatest brownie in the world. That was like 3 different layers of fudginess happening brownie. Like, it was a piece of art. Do I actually think it's the best in the world? Probably not. But you never had special brownies before? So I want some of those. Now, do you mean special or special? And we're up to 5 cities discovered. I guess special as in fancy, or special as in you might be able to see time. Special, I see. I personally, I don't know. I never had a draw to those things. Like, I have no judgment against or problems with it. I had friends that were always You know, I've had friends who partook heavily, and some who partook lightly. It's just not been a draw for it. Now that said, like if I was dealing with like chronic pain or something like that, I would absolutely be willing to consider what I have to do to mitigate it. All right, we're about a third of the way there. Still no damage. I'm not a really big fan of this car hovering on my left. I'd like them to pass or back off. Yeah, no, I drink from time to time, not super often. Like, I can go for, you know, the occasional beer or cider. I used to drink a lot of, like, not a lot. I used to drink wine from time to time, just at the house, like have a bottle when I was much younger. We're talking cheapo wine, by the way. You know, the glorious high quality of wine of Arbor Mist, which is like a wine cooler if we're being generous. The danger of those special brownies is they have no consistency, so people have really terrible experiences. Yeah, no, I've definitely heard about people getting way too much, and having a real bad time. Usually because, like, usually it's either, like, their first time, or they don't know the person who made it, or they make it from themselves and didn't really know what they were doing, those kind of things. You should drink and play American Truck Simulator game to emulate drinking and driving. That sounds... I was gonna say, at first it's like, that sounds like a terrible idea, but it's like, you know, maybe that would be the cautionary tale you'd need. That, you know, you get your truck there and you have like $12,000 worth of damage, and be able to sit there and go, okay, now in real life, you may not have walked away. So, sober yourself up that way. From time to time, read from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Okay. Like, given all the other vehicles in the game, if possible, a pretty wide berth. To be like, no, I don't want any. I'm good, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Did you never drink before driving? You have hard enough time with bad eyes and autism. I do not need added chemicals. Yeah. I've been fortunate that like I said, I tend not to drink much. Like it's pretty rare I even get as far as like buzzed. Not that it never happens. And even then, usually in situations where there are drinks involved, it's when I know I'm not going to be driving for a pretty long time. It's been 10 years since you stopped drinking? Nice. So like I'll do stuff like go to events like food and wine kind of events. But those are the kind of events you go, you have your couple of drinks, you eat some food, and then you get kind of full. But then, you know, there's shows and all sorts of stuff going on for hours and hours after that. So, you know, you're well, like, depending on how you go with the rule, like 1 hour per drink, whatever, you're well past that. The last time I had something where I was like, oh wait, I am not good to drive, or I probably shouldn't drive, was pretty early on when me and Toom first started dating. We went to City Walk, which is Universal Studios, and we went to a place called Pat O'Brien's, and we both ordered a drink, and just that one drink had both of us just like, oh, we are. It's like neither of us is good to drive right now. So we just kind of wandered around for a couple of hours and slowly sobered up. Waited till it's pretty much they're getting ready to like kind of not quite kick you out kind of thing before we went anywhere. It's just not worth it. Otherwise, most of the time I usually have like a singular drink. If I'm going out, I'm gonna have something. You know, just like a cider or a beer or something with dinner. But that's not particularly often. It's expensive. You go out and you have a meal that's going to cost you like 15, 18 bucks, and then you throw a single alcoholic beverage in it, and suddenly it's a $30 meal. You're just like, jeez. It is expensive. You brew your own beer, says Sneaky. I used to, a little bit. Like it's like always like a hobbyist thing. But that's where you get like the kits and all that. So you save a little bit of money, but not that much. You told yourself you should stop drinking, but I'm not going to listen to some drunk who talks to themselves. I see what you did there. Alright, we're about halfway through the drive. No damage so far. And we're on a tiny little two-way road. Alright, that's 6 out of 14 cities discovered. Oh, I need to turn right, so let's just go ahead and get behind them. I look concerned there for a moment. Oh, like, when I was reading what you were saying, because, like, I was trying, like, I read it, it took me, like, another, like, 2 or 3 reads, so it was like, oh, wait, I see what you're saying. Yeah. You're doing like the, whoa, we're halfway there. Yeah, that's the thing, like, if I had a history in my family or if I myself had problems, I'd definitely be far more cautious, but there's never been a point in my life that I've been the person who kind of, like, goes out, gets blasted, or, you know, has a bunch of drinks and then jumps in the car or whatever. Like, I've never had anyone feel a need to be like, hey, maybe don't drive or anything like that. Like, the few times I've known I was going to, go out and have a bit, as it were, before I even left, I had a designated driver set and all that. And that's stuff like my bachelor party. You're always the DD? Yeah. I haven't had anyone ask me in a long time. Because I don't really go out and do that kind of stuff. Like, I don't end up places where people are going to be drinking in the first place, so I don't get asked in the first place. I have in the past before. You know, I take it seriously when that's, you know, when it's my turn kind of thing. Like, if I've had a friend do that for me and they ask me to do that for them, it's like, okay, no problem. Like, it's only fair. You did your turn, I'll do mine. You just don't do it anymore? You did it when in your 20s and 30s? Yeah, it's kind of the same for me. I'd definitely say my mid-20s to late 20s was kind of when I would do a lot more of that stuff. But other than like the Bachelor Party, like 1 or 2 events in my 30s, there's pretty much didn't really drink at all. You know what you want? Let's see. You just honestly don't understand why people who drink? You like to be controlled? Oh yeah. No, there's a lot of people who the idea of forgetting, like, you know, having the situation where they don't remember what happened, or, you know, pass out, or not be in control of their faculties is terrifying for them. So I absolutely respect that. Like that's the thing. I will never judge anyone for who's like, oh, I don't drink. It's like, cool. It's a very responsible and financially sound decision to make. Used to be a bartender when she was younger? Gotcha. I guess we're crossing to Colorado now, which is fine. Never tried a Bloody Mary? They're not my favorite. If I'm thinking the correct drink, it's tomato juice, was it vodka? And there's a spice they put to it. I don't remember what it was. Not really my cup of tea. I'm just not a big tomato juice kind of person. And I also really like spicy food, but spicy beverages I find confusing. Like, I get them, but my brain's like, nah, that's not how this works. It's like, it's not a tolerance thing, it's just, you know, when you're not used to something, it can be kind of off-putting. It's kind of one of those things. Okay, so this is no longer where I discovered this city. This is not Kansas. This is Colorado. But we're doing a delivery from Kansas to, I believe, in Colorado. Where if I finish it without damaging the vehicle, we'll be good. I'm thinking with as long as this drive is, even if it gives the option of like the really difficult parking, we might just play it safe and, you know, clinch it. I'm curious how we're gonna do because we've already done about an hour of driving. We only just gone to Colorado, so we've already done an hour of driving in Kansas without taking damage. I guess we clip it when we hit the end of the delivery, because that should tell us where we went from and to and how much damage we took. So we could just do that one clip and just, I don't know, would like take the one clip like 3 times or something like that and just put the names of all the dare drops it fits. I think that'd work. There, I actually turned on my blinker. So we should get our green here in just a moment because we had a green arrow. It'll turn red. About a second or two will pass, and then green light. Alright. And we got stopped by the train, too. I think a fun one of the challenges for us to do would be the no GPS. So the idea between the no GPS challenge is they're like you need to deliver from city A to city B, and it's got specific cities listed. I'm not allowed to use any kind of GPS in the game. So we gotta make the GPS go away. I'm gonna have to do it without taking any fines, and I have to do it without taking any damage. Which means that's one I'm gonna probably lean on chat and go, someone like I'll have be like someone find me on the map. Like, pull up, like, Google Maps or something like that, and try and feed me instructions of how to get there. Because I feel like that's fair. Like, that you would... The collective of chat would be the navigator in my passenger seat, trying to give me the directions off the map. Which would be extra interesting, because, you know, this is a video game and not an exact representation, so you're gonna have to like go by the vagaries of, okay, you know, you're on major road X, you want to turn on major road Y, and you're gonna have to just like best guess it and see how it goes. I'm sure it'll be chaos. And it'll definitely be one of those things like, no, you needed that right turn, and I'll have to just drive by to not get my citation, manage to go ahead and U-turn. It's honestly the one dare I was very hesitant to take. Not because of like chat interaction or whatever like that, but it was like, oh, no damage and no fines while doing that. I don't think it's a far drive. It's from Colby to Pittsburgh, Kansas. Those ones they labeled like hard or whatever. Okay, do I have to pull in here or not? I can bypass this. Alright. You don't come here often. You don't say much. Hey, tonight is the night I don't do it. Life is good. Well, I'm glad to hear life is good for you. Alright, to the cookie. Honestly, this is wonderfully curated chat. All praise the streamer and mods. We do our best. I think we've all been to that channel that chat's just allowed to absolutely run wild, and it eventually gets points like, oh, this isn't a place I want to be. This chat is pretty insufferable. Like that's just really out of hand. I like to come here and spread some positivity now and then. Hey, positivity is a good thing. It's appreciated. It works well for you? Excellent. I'm glad it does. Probably helps quite a few people. Alright, about 2/3 the way through this delivery-ish. Is chill warm vibes here? That's the goal. I always meant to set this out to be a place where, you know, if you're someone who deals with anxiety, you can pop in and, you know, hopefully find some good headspace. If you know, you've had like a hectic or stressful day at work, you know, you have a place that you can kind of come to like wind down after a busy or stressful day. That kind of thing. It's one of the reasons why we've made decisions to not include certain things on the channel. Like I know like scare sounds are very popular.
We are the Borg. We will add your biological and technological components to our own. You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile.
Thanks for the 100 biddies, Cookie. I really appreciate that. Honestly, you got a familiar issue. It's annoying, but coming here chills me out. That's the intent. So it's good to hear that it's actually providing that need, because that's the goal. But like I was saying, it's kind of the reason why we don't do stuff like, it's very popular to have where you know, burn 100 bits to make like a scream noise or like a knocking noise or the FBI open up or spooky ghost noises or whatever, and it's fine. Like, no judgment about channels who do that. They're offering content appropriate for their audiences as well. But for what I was targeting, that would be counter to what I would be wanting to offer. I can't provide chill vibes and jump scares. That said, we do have the scary command, but it just giggles and then puts a thing on the screen. And it's one that's like I only intended to keep through that like half of October. But people are getting a lot of mileage out of it, and I haven't had anyone's like, oh yeah, that kind of really ruins it for me, or like that's
Kill
a negative.
them all.
It always feels like some of my sounds get their volumes adjusted. But yeah, so I think the fact that it's just kind of like a little jump scare thing, like it runs at the screen or whatever, and that's like, Natsuki is the scariest of them. And otherwise it just giggles.
Your greed will be your downfall.
Yeah, that's as bad as it gets. If it was something that they got like way overused, I mean, they all have cooldowns. So like, if Cookie were just keep spamming greed, it'd just be like, nope, sorry. But I do that because I want to kind of protect the chill vibe. Your spam things. I mean, if people do spam things, like if they just went down like the list of doing all the sounds, if it got down to that, there are ways I can. Yep, the sounds like the commands are louder than usual. Okay, we can make a quick adjustment to that real fast. Bear with me real fast. I'm gonna make a quick adjustment to it, because it does feel like that was because I was sitting there the same thing. So let's pop in here. So let's go greed, edit, play sound. Take that down to 2 from 3. Kill them all sounded particularly loud. I really wish these were in alphabetical order. There you are. Then grab you and tick you down 1 and stop there. Okay. It's a classic, you don't change anything and everything changes. So, alright. I'm pretty sure if I go through there, I'm gonna hit an invisible wall, which will damage me, and if I take damage, then we fail the dare drop. So they were blocking the left turn lane. So we're just going to go ahead and... Yeah, no, it's a random road event, yes. We're going to go ahead and go this way. We're going to U-turn real fast. And we're going to go straight through and see where the GPS updates me. Well, we're doing dare drops, and the current ones we're working on, I'm not allowed to take damage. Yeah, so they're basically telling me I'm not allowed to turn left here. That there's a detour or whatever. We do have one I won't be able to take fines either, but right now I just need to not take any damage. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that'll an invisible wall that I'll try and cut through there, and when I get about to where that fire truck is, we'll slam into a wall that's not there. Last year we were flying through American Truck Simulator, no fines, no regrets. Yeah, we had turned off the fines and we were going like 90, 100 miles per hour as much as we could make it happen. We had some pretty good solid hits where I took like 40, 50% of the truck damage in one solid hit going like 80 miles per hour and couldn't make a turn. Like it's one of those tight turns that your truck doesn't even begin to kind of make the turn, just kind of ever so lightly meanders in a way and just cuts right across the road. Alright, so unfortunately that did add 60 miles onto our drive. So we're back above 1/3 of the distance. That's okay. We just get to discover more of the map is all. Alright. It suggests taking the turn at 40? We're taking it at 40. Like, once we finish the ones where it's like, don't take damage, then, you know, that's fine. Then we're free of the shackles of driving extra cautiously. Even though that's normally how I try and drive in the game. Apple said, bro, you really calmed me down. I was having a bad night. I'm glad I was able to sit down and watch some chill stuff for a minute. You was lunching? I'm glad I could help. I'm not exactly sure what the term luncheon means, but I'm glad I could help you calm down with whatever was bothering you. Like, that's the thing. I can't fix most people's problems, nor am I qualified in the first place to do that kind of stuff. But what I can do is provide a distraction. And that sometimes is all people need. Just something to hold their attention for a little while, so that whatever is getting under their skin, that they can get themselves in a better place to deal with it. Guard said you drove home, calculated riskedly in the freezing rain. Let's see, that was today. The combination of winter tires, a 4x4 did that, but it still is slower and all the sections are out. Past 4 accidents. Oh yeah, no, that was when I lived up north in Michigan. There would definitely be those days, especially like when I've been cold, riskily. Gotcha. Yes, I am distracting you. Hi, yes, hello. But yeah, so you drive home, and especially when you had like where it had snowed and all that, and it got just warm enough that it started to melt and then got colder again, so you'd have like that layer of ice on everything. and you'd watch people only going like 10, 15 miles an hour, and just their tires wouldn't be moving and it'd just slide into the car in front of them just because it was just ice was on absolutely everything. And it was this kind of thing. Winter tires make a huge difference when sticking to the road. To keep your skin about, yeah. But like you'd watch a lot of that kind of stuff, and it's just, you know, most people when you weather's like that, you see them really, really slow down and take it easy. Whereas you'll have other people who will just still drive 65 and just slide right off the side of the road. You kind of scratch your head and go, you know, like, what were you thinking? Taking all the time we need. Alright, we're back down to about a third of the way. Or sorry, 2/3 of the way, not a third of the way. We get a third left. No problem, Appalachian. You have a good rest of your evening. Thank you for stopping in. All right. Oh, you can go to Albuquerque. 325 miles. Let's see, are the roads in this like actual roads in the US? Yes. Now, that said, they do compress the space between towns and all that, so you get places a bit faster. But generally speaking, the roads tend to be at least close-ish to whatever is appropriate for the area you're in. Now, I can't speak for all the states because I haven't driven in all states, but the ones I have been in on the West Coast, they definitely look like what I recall seeing. And this, to me, does look like when I was riding in cars through places like Arizona. But, like, when you get to the cities, you know, there'd be a lot more city. You know, it wouldn't just be a block or two. You'd have, you know, 10, 20, 30 blocks or whatever the size of that city is, you know, 40, 50, it all really depends. Some cities sprawl on for ages. That is the thing that would make me curious about whenever they get to, like, the East Coast. The map scale in American Truck Simulator is 1/20th. Yep. Times the scales depending on the road you're on. Yep. Sorry, I even slept pretty well last night. But that makes me curious about the East Coast, cause the East Coast of the U.S. has a lot of population density, so it does make me curious when they get to that part of the map, like how different is the game going to be? Where like there's entire states that are mostly city. The time scale isn't constant? Nope. It does finagling, so when you're between cities, the time scaling is much faster than when you're in the cities. Have you driven? 1 second, make sure I'm checking my directions. Okay. Let's see, you've driven over the country a few times. You'd be interested to see how I-70 out of Denver heading west. And do you think gas stations would make sense? But yeah, basically areas where are just gonna be like on the highway cruising. Those it makes go much faster. Which makes sense. There's less going on, so they don't want to make you sit there for longer. Like the road in the game is like a real road, like simulation of the U.S. Yes, it's designed to mimic it. The environments as well, so you can go to places like Arizona and parts of Texas. It'll be like really, really deserty. You get out a little bit farther and you find like more of the shrubland kind of stuff we've got here, where it's not quite desert, it's not quite grassy and all that. You can get to places like Colorado and parts of Washington State and Oregon, where it's like the really dense green trees and all that, like the deep greens that you have over there. They'll have certain states will be like really hilly and all that. The hills aren't quite as extreme as they are in real life, but you get the idea of all that. Yeah, and then they'll add Florida, and we'll get to appreciate the ultra-realistic Miami traffic. Now, I'm waiting for them to have to do deliveries to the Keys, and you just have to get on that bridge that's just, was like 5 or 8 miles or something like that, 2 lanes. What's your alternative route? No. If the bridge has an accident, you're just out of luck. You think it's like 200 miles? The bridge is not 200 miles. I mean, you might be talking about the state. The bridge from where it leaves around Miami, that it goes down to, I don't remember which key it goes to first. But, US 1, where it becomes that bridge and it cuts into Key West is where it goes to. It might have another island that stops on the way, but I think it terminates at Key West. Oh, the entire length of the Keys? Yeah. That I'd believe. But just that one bridge that's like 8 miles or 10 miles or whatever it is. It's this little dinky two-lane bridge. But like I said, if anything goes wrong, there's no alternate route. You just have to wait for them to try and figure out how they're going to get whatever has happened off the bridge. The 18 mile stretch space between Florida and Cuba. 18 miles, I believe. Seven-mile bridge. Gotcha. Yeah, it's an interesting place. But it'd be fun to check that out. And also, like, I mean, very genuinely, you go up, like, the East Coast U.S., like, most of Florida, there is, like, literally non-stop places up the East Coast. Like, there's only, like, 1 or 2 places you got, like, patches of break. So it's like, you know, there'd be no looking around and seeing hills like this. It would be constant housing and businesses and touristy places and little beach towns and all that the whole way up. Assuming they put something like US 1 in it, it could just be what they do instead is they just have I-95 and they just don't bother. But then you go farther north, and then when you get to like Georgia and the Carolinas, there's patches that don't have a whole lot like right at the shore, but they still have a lot there. And then you get up towards like Rhode Island, Washington D.C., New York, all of that area, and it goes back to, you know, if you're along the shore, you're basically going to have at least some level of civilization built along the shore the whole way. '95 between Jacksonville and Orlando is super boring. Yep. Trees and swamp. The same. That's honestly the same with any of the roads that cut between the East Coast to the center of the state. There's just like there's a big swamp. If you look at Florida, you got East Coast, you got West Coast, and you got the middle. There's like a gap between the middle and the east part that spans maybe about just under a quarter of the state's width. That's just swamp. There's like a couple little packed in little towns in there, but it's basically swamp. And it's kind of the same thing to the west as well, but not quite as big. Like, it's a narrower strip. That's just like the entire middle of the state is swamp, or like patches in the very middle where it's been built up. There's about 90% of the Florida Keys. Oh, you have no places for detours if there's an accident. Yep. What that ultimately means is most of your east-west roads in Florida get pretty boring, because you leave the cities that are over on the east coast, you get to that swamp area in the middle, and it kind of just looks like one big boring field, or might have some trees. That's about it. Then you get to the middle, and there's a whole bunch of like touristy stuff going on, and then you get to a bunch of big boring field-looking areas, and then you get to the west coast. North-south, there's plenty to see, but the east-west. So, I-95 gets pretty... Sorry, not I-95. We just mentioned a second ago. Because I-95 goes north and south along the shore, the east shore. I-4, that's what I'm looking for. I-4. When that comes across, it gets really boring. State Road 50 gets a little bit boring. State Road 46 gets a bit boring. Just they all get out that swamp area. And it's cool to see the difference for a little while, and then just you get bored. It's genuinely kind of a concern when you're driving at night or it's really foggy where you can't see much off the road, and so it all looks the exact same the entire drive. It's really hard not to just like staying alert and all that. It's very difficult because your brain just has no stimulation going for it. You're just kind of following the stripes in the road, and that's about it. That Alligator Alley is a long road that cuts across Florida, south of Tampa. It's about 3 or 4 hours to drive it. Gotcha. Alright, we're almost there, Chad. We still haven't taken any damage yet. We're doing good. We're not done till we're done, though. Yeah, that said, the roads that go like along the shores and all that, those are a lot of fun to drive, especially when you get out towards where Kennedy Space Center is. There's some roads that go out that way that they've got, you know, places where you can see the dolphins out in the water. You have places where you'll see like all sorts of like alligators and all that out there. You can see like a whole mess of different birds. Just a real wide range of wildlife. They got a wildlife refuge out there. And then you have the Space Center itself, which has, you know, rockets and all that, you know, you can see. Then you go a little bit farther and you got a whole bunch of like beach towns and all that. You got like Cocoa Beach and all that, which is a very touristy spot. So it can be a very entertaining ride. That's when I was younger, I used to ride a motorcycle down in that area back when I was over there. And so it's kind of like about the time you got into Cocoa Beach proper, the ride would get to be a bit less fun because it'd start getting crowded. But most of the rest of it, you could just hop on your motorcycle and just go. Nice, relaxing. Not a whole lot of lights, not a whole lot of traffic. Plenty to see. Okay. That's it. There's several restaurants and parks along the Everglades if you like nature. Some evil weirdo who allies themselves with trees. There's one of the things a lot of people don't even know that's in the state that's actually pretty cool to check out is there's a lot of places where you can see bioluminescence. That what you'll end up doing is you'll end up checking out the like some of the river and like some of the rivers like there over like the Indian River and whatnot. That you go out there and like the water will like shimmer all sorts of neon colors, and it's all like the different fish and all that different times of years they release stuff that makes the water glow and all that. It's pretty nifty stuff. There's also the same areas you can find stuff like horseshoe crabs, which are really bizarre and interesting animal. There's bioluminescence in my pants. You might want to have that looked at. I would definitely strongly encourage you, if your pants glow, and it wasn't just like a design choice, you probably should have that looked at. Okay. Home stretch, chat. I was just waiting to pull directly up to that car, have to stop, and then hear the train crossing go down. And I went this wide because I was worried about catching that sign. I didn't pull up as wide as I really wanted to. Have you ever tried Train Simulator? I have not. I believe I requested a key for it a long while back, and I didn't get one. I've heard good things. But it is not one I've played so far. The one I am looking forward is I'm supposed to be getting a key for, I'm supposed to be getting a key for House Flipper 2. And it's supposed to be an early key that'll actually be allowed to stream before it's out. Which I really like the idea of that. That is supposed to get the other, or they were starting to give them out the other day, and I was told to watch for it, but I have as of yet not seen it. But I'm curious about that. Like we did the Next Fest demo where you could just like kind of take the one beach house and work on it. And I had a good time. That's actually one of the things that did come to a surprise. Like a lot of the stuff we had for the survey results, like people not being that enthused about action RPGs, that didn't surprise me at all. The bullet hell style games not being particularly popular also did not really surprise me at all. But the one that did surprise me was that like the renovation style games, those not doing as well, kind of surprised me. Now, I haven't played one of those in a pretty long time, which may be why. But I vaguely remembered that when we played it was like Hotel Renovator or Hotel Renovation or whatever it's all called, that we did like a good... I think we did like a good 4 or 5 streams of that game because, one, people seemed to really enjoy it. We had a really good turnout, so I was like, alright, I'll keep playing it. It's basically, I ran out of game to play other than just grinding, making more hotel rooms. Which is the only reason I kind of stopped. And then we did like Arena Renovator, which was okay. And we definitely had a decent turnout for that, if I remember correctly. So it's like the vote was against it, but at the same time, past experience, people did seem to turn out and check it out. So it's kind of a head scratcher in that regard. And House Flipper 2, I think we had, like, I don't remember that one being really high, but I remember that one being decent turnout. And a lot of the regulars hanging out and chatting and memeing and causing trouble and all that because we do all sorts of... I mean, The hotel renovator, just that clip of me taking the giraffe sticker and making it like peer creepily over every single one of the beds was a lot of fun. Because the game was like, you need to have, I think it's like you need to have 5 decorations on the wall, or you have like some, I couldn't remember, there's like some scoring system where you had to have like enough stuff happening in the room. And so I had to put down a couple more decorations, and I was like, all right, let's look at stickers. And the giraffe, whatever the labeling was, qualified. And I was like, okay, where the heck am I going to put this giraffe? And I put it peering over the bed. And it's like, oh man, this is really bad. And then I think I proceeded to do that in almost every single room after that point. Because it's just like this uncomfortable thing where you walk to this room and you'd have like this wonderfully themed room. It was gorgeous. Everything was color matched. It had like all sorts of like, you know, amenities and all that. And then there'd just be this like weird giraffe sticker, just its eyeballs peeking over the headboard. And it was just so like uncomfortable. There's our destination. We're not damaged yet. There's still time for that to happen, so we gotta keep playing it safe. But it's looking like we're getting a whole lot of dare drops done in one go. That's not my turn. Don't you try and sneak next to me. I have to make a wide turn, okay? Alright. I am definitely feeling like with as long as that drive was, and we're at this home stretch, we just take the win. We don't go for complex parking if it gives us the option. We just take the win, get our like 3-4 dare drops knocked out, and then worry about the complex parking the next time we get the choice. I may not even get the option for this one. Oh, weird. I have to, like, go over and come around. That's okay. I'm just waiting to get, like, right here and just clip the barricade or just bounce the trailer on something. Some, like, really pathetic thing. Don't even do much damage. Just, like, do, like, 1% damage. But that would still be enough that we technically did not do the dare if that happens. All right. All right, now we'll have to figure out how many of the dares we just did. Because we'll have delivered the Caliber cars from Kansas City to another location, and that's one dare drop. We'll have driven at least half an hour in Kansas without taking damage. That's another dare drop. We'll have made $10,000 driving in Kansas, which I'm counting this because half your deliveries are going to go out. Now, if anyone makes a mistake about it, I'm sure we'll have another one. And that'll be a third dare drop. I only agreed to like 7 or 8 of them. So that gives you an idea of how fast we just got through a bunch of those. We found it was like 5 or 6 of Kansas cities. Like I said, this one, we're not taking our chances. Boom. Delivered. No damage. Excellent. Alright. So yeah, so we have no damage here whatsoever. So we need a clip of that. And that will be the New Whip, who dis? That'll be Welcome to Kansas. Actually, it's 2 dare drops. It looks like we got done. Was there a third one I'm missing? So we need to discover. So we have to drive the truck from Colby to Pittsburgh in Kansas without using GPS as one of our options. Deliver an aircraft wing and a jet engine inlets from every aviation place in Wichita. Where do you need it? Which is, or the like a glove, which is where do you need it? Parking. Get the turbine blade. From Colorado over. We're in Colorado, so we can check that. But cool. So that's awesome. That's a bunch of them done. All right. So what we're going to do, go world map, freight jobs. There is one that I have to deliver stuff from here. Is that the wind turbine blade? Let me see the dare drop, please. Yeah, so I have to deliver from there to Dodge City a wind turbine blade if it's available. So let's see. Wind turbine blade, that's not the right location. Dodge City. High value haul. Okay. Now it is time for things to get sweaty and uncomfortable and difficult. I don't believe this one is without damage. So that one, should I name it after a generic no damage canvas run? Yeah, I mean, I honestly think we actually just take 2 clips of the same thing. Like literally if you just copy paste that clip in twice and just like name it both times. Okay, this one doesn't care about damage. So this one we can just get damage. All right, so we want this one. So set as GPS. What I'm actually gonna do is we're gonna do something I don't do very often. I'm just gonna pay to fast travel over there. As soon as I remember how to do that. It's been so long since I fast traveled anywhere. World map. It wouldn't be the end of the world if I have to drive there, by the way. It's fine. I would really like to fast travel there. Quick travel, there we go. It's a separate button. So there. Pay, it's fine. Because since we're trying to do all these challenges and all that, normally I don't fast travel, but I want to be in position and just working on dare drops versus driving around to just, you know, drive around. Because this will also take us to a city we haven't been to in Kansas, at least one, possibly others on our way. I've also never delivered the wind turbine blade. I'm under the impression it is obnoxiously large. Why would you position me like this? It's fine. I can work with this. Oh, it put me in the exact same place we were last time. All right, so let's quickly top off our gas. And we'll get this wind turbine blade. Like, worst case, if it's going to be a hassle to do the double, I can just grab the clip after stream and manually submit it to whichever one it doesn't detect as. Alright, so does this remember where I'm going? Yeah, so wind turbine blade to Dodge City. That GPS. Cool. Like I said, this one doesn't require me to not take damage. This is just a normal delivery of an obnoxiously large thing. Gotcha. Thanks, Enoch. I really do appreciate that. That does make it way easier for me. Because, like, the number of times that I've done these kind of things where I've had to go in after the fact and then, like, reclip stuff and all that. And then, you know, manually submit it. Like, the fact that they auto-submit now is so very awesome.
Kill them all.
No damage, you say? Punch through traffic? I mean, we're not going to be nearly as cautious. I think some of those other dare drops I quoted, I didn't grab because there's three dare drops that they're like, you can get a background pack. I was like, nah, I'm good. I think I took one of them because, you know, the moment the dare drops came available earlier today, I just grabbed one I knew I could do real fast just to make sure I got the key. I've not seen those run out before on day one or whatever, but you never know. So, how bad do you think the ticket's gonna be if I were to get pulled over doing 95 and a 55 in a semi? Ooh, am I gonna get up to 100? I don't think we managed to get 100 yesterday. Or the other day. We're hovering at 98. I'm trying to avoid turning any more than I absolutely need to. Oh. Had to lose some speed there. But yeah, we're free. We just go fast. I mean, the other day we turned off the fines and all that, so I was like, okay. Driving without consequences. I mean, there's not no consequences, but there's trivial consequences. You damage your truck, it's like, here, you owe us $10,000 for repairing your vehicle. It's like, okay. Don't care. I've got enough people working for me now that my speeding fines are just my convenience fee. Okay. Enters the do not enter? Yeah. Where else is it going to enter? Alright, so freight. There we go. It has to go to Dodge City. So that's the job we're taking. Oh, they didn't even have me pick it up. They automatically attached it. They're just like, in case you're wondering how big this thing is. In case it's not clear on how big this trailer is. You're about to haul special cargo. There are 2 escort vehicles, which will lead you. Please be careful and follow their lead, and suggestions in the route advisor. Special transports like this don't stop on a red signal and have the right of way in most situations. During these deliveries, checkpoints are made more often to save your current possible. Avoid any possible conflict with escort vehicles and keep the cargo between them. Do not drive out of the estimated route, nor to filling station, rest stops, etc. Obey speed limits, which will be ensured by the front vehicle. Watch out for overtaking traffic and other drivers on the road. Change lane maneuver. If you do not follow these rules, the special mission transport will fail. So the lane change maneuver is basically the back of the front car go to the side, and I have to like position myself between them. It pretty much seems like the answer is I follow the lead car. Her trailer is so long. You're gonna really pull the gate down on me, security? You literally have me being escorted right now. Oh, I see. So they've got cops blocking all the intersections for me. I am really not confident in this turn. We're gonna go as wide as we possibly can. We're taking a sign, aren't we? Nope, we're good. Please go the speed limit. Please go the speed limit. I'm begging you to go faster. Okay. I was not with my escort? I'm pretty sure I was riding my escort's bumper. Okay. Maybe the other escort vehicle behind me changed lanes. I actually don't even see the other escort vehicle behind me at all. Maybe I'm following too close is the problem? That hard cut though. The escorts behind you is a problem? Is it them problem? That's what I was thinking. It's like, I'm following this person. So I think they're actually going slightly under the speed limit. They mentioned the lane change thing is you have the vehicle behind you switches lanes. And then the vehicle in front of you switches lanes and you move in between them. We try and hold this distance. That's what I'm thinking. I wish I could see where they were at. Okay, I see it behind me. No, it's impossible for me to see what lane that car is in behind me. Ah, we have to stay at 40. That's my problem, is I was trying to watch the speed limit signs and it kept speeding up. It's just we're at an oversized load and they're just like, no, 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 you don't get to go faster. That's a thing. Because like this sign here is 55. Well, buckle up, everyone. Gonna be a ride. Not a very fast one. The good news is it's nowhere near as far as the last trip. What are you hauling? A wind turbine blade. It's about like 4 trailers long. Like, I can't see the back of it. It's so far back there. It goes for days. But that's the reason I have like a dedicated escort and everything. Is it's such a big thing that they basically are shutting down the highway to give me room. The good news is this is the only massively oversized load that I'm aware of needing to do for this. It's such an interesting like game mode challenge. Yeah, no, it's only for specialized cargo, which is one of the things that comes from one of the DLCs. But it was one of the things they gave me for the Dare drop was they gave me, even though it's not the new DLC, they gave me the Colorado DLC as well as the specialized cargo DLC. I think the only DLC I'd be interested in maybe that I don't have is they also came out with like farming equipment so far as like to throw on the back. I'm not motivated enough to buy it because I don't think it'll be that big of a change to the game. But it is one that'd be like, alright, if I can catch that for free or an extreme discount. You know, you keep... Oh, you know what they're doing? The escort is deliberately going over to the side to force the vehicles to give me a bit more of a wide berth. That makes sense. So they're riding on the inside of the lane to, you know, pressure people to get over. It's kind of like the same thing in a lot of places here in the US. If you are riding a bicycle on the road, and if you go to the outer third of the lane and there's not 3 to 6 feet between you and a car trying to pass, you're supposed to drive on the inner third of the lane to dissuade people from trying to pass anyways. That they have to be able to pass you by a certain distance, otherwise it's considered that, you know, there's not enough room to pass you. So they have to treat you like a car kind of thing. Not that hardly anyone does that or listens, and not that someone isn't going to just cuss you out and yell at you for taking up the entire road and that thing if you do it. Well, I mean, we're actually making pretty okay time looking at the distance we're going. It's honestly like we're going about 2/3 the normal speed we'd be going between all of this, because we're still going 40 in like 55s, and we're still going 40 in like 70s. I'm very happy they didn't be like, you could also have to do this with no damage. Because that probably wouldn't be fun. You treat bicycles like doo-doo-pays because they don't follow traffic rules and therefore a hazard. Most of the people I've been who ride like bicycles like on the road, like road bikes and all that, I found generally are pretty good. People who ride on the sidewalks can be kind of a mixed bag. Where you'll see them just like blast through the next intersection without stopping. It's like, okay. Yes, a bike can live in this weird place here where it's considered both vehicle and pedestrian. So you can kind of switch to either or in a lot of places. Some states have rules that are different. But, that doesn't help you. You're still supposed to come to a stop. Man, there's a lot of people who do get themselves hurt for not, failing to yield is the big one. There's a lot of times that bicycles will fail to yield that causes problems. And that's true of cars as well. Road cyclists that use reflective clothing generally know the rules. Yep. Aw, man, I would absolutely eat at Taco Kingdom. Yeah, I have found a lot of the beach towns, people just generally do what they want. Now, it did specifically said I don't have to obey red lights as an oversized load, because as you can see, like, they're blocking all the roads with the police cars and all that. That is one nice thing. Like, I've seen the oversized load cars before, but I've not actually been on the road with something this extreme, like, you know, a wind turbine blade that's like 4 trailers long, or, you know, something to the point that the cops go ahead and completely lock off the road and they're like, nope, you know, we got a heavy cargo coming through here. We need you to back off for a minute. You know, let them through and then the road will reopen. I have seen that when, you know, someone important like, you know, the president or some other very important person comes through town, where you'll have the cops race ahead and they'll like clear the intersection so that, you know, they can escort the important person to wherever they're going. It's incredibly inconvenient when it happens, but you also realize how ridiculous some people are. You don't need one if the max speed of the vehicle is under 30 miles per hour. I have no ideas what the rules around it are at all. You can also imagine they put all the effort into making this wind turbine, and you just catch it on the rail the whole way around, just destroy the whole thing. Yeah, no, it was the, we had both him and, the previous president came through near where I was at, where they, luckily they didn't block me in either case, but they went through, like, the I-4 corridor that goes through Orlando and, you know, Maitland and all that area, and they shut down all of that, which is our major artery highway through the area. And I remember a lot of people were pissed off, and it had nothing to do with, like, political affiliations or anything. It's just, it took an already rough commute and just made it exponentially worse because the roads were shut down at kind of one of the peak times. And it was just rough. Like I said, I do get it that there's people who are high enough profile that they have to have, like, the protection around them, and so there's not really an elegant solution to deal with it. Again, regardless of if you agree, disagree, or whatever your stances are related to the individuals, we don't need to get into politics around that. Just that there are important people. You know, presidents, kings, queens, whatever. Let's see, is that the tail end of the blockage? You don't remember if you turned around or not. Gotcha. Yeah, no, for me, I was driving around, but there was an alternate route I could take that took me away from all of it versus towards it. So when I had heard news that they're going to shut down the main road, it's like, oh, it's like, one is like, hey, is it okay if I leave work early today? And it's like, yeah, no, we totally get it. It's like, two, I'm going to go, like, the long way around and just avoid all of this. Alright, we're about halfway there. Like, this is kind of cool. I don't think I'd do this kind of mission regularly. Because to a certain extent, like, they add, like, the slight challenge of following your escort, which is kind of neat. But it really doesn't change that much of how you play it. Other than you feel kind of really constrained doing this. That you can't go faster. You can't take anything but the directions they're directly escorting you on. So it's interesting but kind of limiting, is I guess the way I'd go with it. I mean, being led by the AI is fine. It's just you have to follow the route and you have to stay at the speed. Like, there's no flexibility around it. Which, again, it's fine for probably doing once in a while. I don't feel like you do this a lot. It says, in London, the Queen was regularly taken on a carriage ride through congested London, making it even worse. That doesn't surprise me. It's just a different world. Maybe that's why this mission didn't have like a just make sure you do no damage kind of thing for this. Is maybe by default you cannot do damage if you do, like, it just fails it and you have to, like, go back to your last checkpoint. Okay. Did you know that the queen is secretly still alive in an underground bunker? Turned to a cyber super soldier. It's secret. That's there's the joke that Walt Disney is still around. Which one of the things that didn't help their case is at Disney's Animal Kingdom, they have the area where they do a lot of work for the habitats for the animals there. Because, like, for those who don't know, Animal Kingdom is basically a zoo. It's a zoo slash theme park. But they called it life support, and so a lot of the cast members would joke about, oh yeah, that's where they keep that's where they keep Disney alive until the, you know, in cryostasis until they have the technology to bring him back. They renamed it to something more accurate to what it is later, but it was a fun joke for a while. Walt Disney is just Florida's Robert House from New Vegas. Yep. Fallout New Disney when? That does make you wonder where they're going to put the next Fallout game. My hope is that they take us someplace completely different from where they've done the past, because that's one thing they do tend to do. Like that's actually one of the things that people are like, we need Fallout New Vegas too. I'm like, no, we've done Vegas. It's cool. I'm happy we had it. It's a great game. It's an excellent game. Show me someplace new. Like, very genuinely, I would like to see some of the other countries and what their situation is in the Fallout universe. Like, to explore that. You heard that Disney made Frozen to bury search results and Walt Disney freezing himself in search engines? That's just clever SEO. Like, because if I remember correctly in the Fallout universe, the United States annexes Canada. So it would be interesting to go to like one of the major cities in Canada, because you'd assume in their universe, with that being part of the United States when the bombs fall, that there'd be something like that. Saying we need a remake of New Vegas. So I'm actually very in team. I don't want a remake. I don't want a remaster. Give me a new game. Like I already played the past one. Like, I get people like that, and that's fine. Ooh. But, I would much rather get new stuff than, you know, spit polish the old stuff, especially with how bad some of the remakes have been. Does you mean something about them doing Fallout outside the United States the next game? Could have been just hopeful things. Yeah, it's so difficult. Yeah, do Cascadia? Could include Vancouver. I'd be down for that. I'd like to see Fallout, you know, checking out Vancouver area. And again, it wouldn't even have to be that. Like I could also go for, you know, seeing what like take us over to China. China was the people, like we as, you know, had a exchange of nukes with China. Let's see what it like. Let's see their depiction of the history there. Let's see their perspective, because they're gonna have their whole mess going on as well. And if anything, they would be worse off, because that was the thing that triggered the war in the first place. Was there was just a shortage of resources like oil and all that. The U.S. discovered fusion technology, didn't share it, and then when things got desperate enough, things escalated. And there's the whole like in-game conspiracy that it's actually Vault-Tec and yada yada yada. But the point being is that was the public circumstances, was that, you know, desperation from a lack of resources escalated into violence. So if we went to a place that didn't have the resources beforehand, what's it like?
What's the worst that could happen?
saying shortage of food, but not a shortage of nukes. No, there was not a shortage of nukes. The big thing that they pointed out that was the big shortage was basically they didn't have oil. Yeah, Vault-Tec had their own agenda separate from the war. Yep. I got a nice little straightaway here, so I'll stretch real fast. All right. But yeah, so I'd like to see that, or do like, what's Mississippi look like? What's Alabama look like? What's Florida look like? What's, just give me new places. That's all I really want. Because one, just to see what the Fallout universe's equivalent of those places are. Are you talking about Star Wars? We were talking about Fallout, but I mean, all those things do match. Or like, what even happened with Europe in the Fallout universe? I don't think they've ever really gone into specifics outside of just, the US and China poking each other in the eye and then nuking each other into the dirt. And then they just kind of preclude everything else. Like, what's happening in South America in the Fallout universe? What's happening in Africa? Media set in the metro area. You're saying it's very rare? Europe was long gone by then? Didn't Europe had huge resources war? Right. But like, that was leading into before things escalated to nuclear exchange. So I'd be curious to see, like, following the things there. Fallout Morrowind, but except after the eruption of Red Mountain. So it's all just ash. You just want a location where they've learned to patch their roofs since the bombs dropped. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things, like how many locations they show in the game. It's like, supposedly it's like, oh, this one happened like 100 years after the bombs fell, or like whatever duration time, like a huge number of years later. It's like, oh, well, there's raiders. I think I'm like, yeah, but there's still books around that people can read. They still have hammers and nails and that kind of stuff floating around. I get that there'd be a bunch of destroyed buildings, but you'd also have a bunch of buildings that are at least in an okay state of repair because they were effectively built after. And you wonder why nothing is ever fixed or built fresh. I mean, if you go back to the old Fallout games, Fallout 1, 2, and Tactics, they do actually have areas that are completely rebuilt and nice. But it's the very, very small number of them. Because the old games used to be around finding what was known as the Garden of Eden Creation Kit, the GEC. That was a kit that, like, after they got the all clear, they're supposed to go outside, pop open this kit, and it would create, like, basically an oasis wherever they set up. That it could clear all the pollution, it could do everything, and give them, like, a utopia. So the people who had those and actually used them, they depicted as having, like, really nice, privileged living situations and all that. And they would, wall off the entire outside world and whatever. Yeah, Brotherhood and Steel also rebuilt some bases. You also have an Fallout 4, the Institution, I would say was definitely, like, modern and nice and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, when you have the house that just got like a big hole in the ceiling, I'm like, okay. The least you could do is get some basic materials and pop that right on there. I'm sure you could find some pieces of lumber or something. Not saying it's going to be exactly the coolest job. You might not be able to find some viable shingles that still have some tar on them that's still good. And you may not know how to make those things, but still. Why are we sweeping right now? It's raining over your bed. Yeah. I get they want the vibe of everything looks explode, destroyed. It's like the aesthetic of the game, but it is definitely one of those ones you scratch your head and be like, what? Showering while sleeping, it's just efficient. Do you have a CDL in real life? No, I don't have a commercial license in real life. So I've already discovered half of the cities in Kansas in the game. No, I only have a license for driving regular cars and motorcycles. Nothing commercial. Not that I've ridden a motorcycle in a good while. Yeah. Well, that was they had it was one of the vaults, I thought, that they had the people just like tidied up, cleaned up, made it nice kind of thing. But it was like one of them. You had a Class B CDL permit for a time? Gotcha. I had the opportunity, I could have gone after it, but it's kind of one of those things that I was busy with college stuff and all that. And I kind of was like, you know, I don't intend or expect to drive trucks like I'm going to... Oh, right. This one I don't have to worry about it. Okay. I was about to be like, no! Right, this one's fine. I'm allowed... Like, I don't have to do this without damage. We already did the without damage one. I must have clipped something with this giant turbine blade. I shouldn't say license, the permit, I should say. I had the opportunity, I could have pursued the permit, and I just didn't. It does make you wonder for like delivering these kind of things. They've got to pay. There's got to be an extra amount of expense that the company or the purchaser or whatever has to pay to effectively shut down major roads and get all of like the law enforcement involved to facilitate the delivery. Xeno says, I love the fact that everyone was so involved with the conversation about holes in the roof. Runs and pops with a scary command like a commercial break. Yep. Internet wrong century cookie saying getting the permit, it was still extra driver training. It was useful for a regular cussy. Yeah, no, it's more training. It's still helpful. Scary can't be predictable or it wouldn't be scary. Yeah, that's what you joked about. Is like, oh, I'm gonna do it every time the cooldowns drop. And like, well, after a while, it'd be so predictable. It'd just be like, okay. Like that's the kind of thing that would actually get me to get rid of it. It's like literally if someone was setting a watch and like hitting it every single time it came off cooldown, I'd be like, all right. Living in a structurally unsound building would be pretty scary. Uh-huh. Well, I mean, honestly, just having the hole in the roof dumping water in you, you'd deal with so much mold and mildew issues. Did you have potentially have serious health problems just breathing in all of that stuff? All right. Now, granted, it's the Fallout universe, so maybe they don't care, but it'd be an awful shame to survive raiders and super mutants and everything else, and just because you weren't taking it, reasonable control of your property, reasonable care of your property, that you have all sorts of health problems. Not one of those squeaky hammers that your wife can bonk you with. Make squeaky toy sounds. No. That is something I am not particularly looking forward to or wanting. So it's got the regular length icon here. All right. Special delivery, excellent quality, done. Okay. So that is the Daredrop Forum. Where are you? Big in Kansas. So we can get a... So I'm assuming you're on that. Like, I don't wanna obligate you. Just want to verify if I gotta do it. Cool. Alright, so that's another one. So we've delivered the cars, we delivered the wind turbine, we've successfully finished a job without taking any damage, so that's the entire bottom row done. We still need to discover every city in Kansas, and we need to drive a truck. Okay. Alright. Chat. Who wants to live life a little on the edge? And who wants to have something that's going to involve chat a lot? Because I'm going to need to go here and go options, gameplay. Well, first I need to get, so what we're going to end up doing is I need to go to from Colby to Pittsburgh in Kansas, and I'm not allowed to use GPS, and I'm not allowed to take damage or incur fines. So I need to turn the fines back on so that we're being honest about this. I hope there's detours and all of you have to like pull up Google Map and start like moving around being like, no, you need to turn north here. You need to turn this way here. Where are the fines? Traffic offense. There we go. All right. So bear with me for a moment is I need to use the restroom real fast, but you're going to want to find, for those who want to help me, you're going to want to find Colby and Pittsburgh in Kansas and help me figure out the route. This is American Truck Simulator. We're playing the new Kansas DLC. I'm going to quickly use the restroom and I'll be right back in a moment. So thank you again for tuning in and I'll be right back. Okay, there's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, all right, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh, God. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier. It's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Ooh, fog! That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog! Excellent! This feels great! This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Alright. So, the first thing to do is I'm going to fast travel to... Do you even know where Colby is? There's Colby. Oh, is it Pittsburgh or Pills? Double check, make sure I got the right town. Yeah, it's Pittsburgh. Oh yeah, they chose opposite. So the downside is I do have to travel there. So we're not gonna be able to do this just yet. I am going to look for whatever is the nearest contract I could have that takes me to Colby, and then once we get to Colby, then we'll start that. So there is going to be a minor delay because I didn't realize we hadn't been there yet. So let's make that happen. So freight. I want to find distance from me. It's fine. We'll just say Dodge City. And I want something going to Colby. Anything going to Colby. Nothing. Literally nothing is going to Colby. Nobody wants Colby. Ah, excellent. Excellent, there we go. All right. So, let's, I guess we're just driving to Colby. No payload. Just driving to Colby. Apparently I hit something right there. Now keep in mind with that one I need to take no damage or fines, so if you do throw me off, we'll potentially have to start all over again, because once we take damage, we failed. It's done. There's no fixing it. I'll have to like restart the delivery. I'm surprised it's 65 out here. Make a left at the cornfield. They should add tornado weather to Kansas region. It would be interesting for them to add like severe weather stuff. Maybe not full on tornadoes, but like instead of where it just gets kind of rainy sometimes, like literally have just, you know, really hard winds where it actually messes with your ability to drive. Like hailstorms where if you're just out driving in the hailstorm, occasionally your vehicle could take damage. Especially if you're going real fast kind of thing. The good news, we don't have a huge drive for this. But this means we'll also get at least two of the cities we need knocked out. Because we're supposed to find 14, and I believe we're at 8, I think now. I could be wrong about that. Like, it's easy to figure out if we've got them all. I just pull up the map and go, or any of these dots once I can't fast travel to. If I can't fast travel to it, I gotta drive. There we go. Perfectly fine. But you could actually have, like, more severe fog. So you're like your ability to see is like heavily reduced. That seemed like a perfectly legal maneuver. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the cop was right there. He didn't say anything. And we do have fines turned on, and I didn't get hit with anything, so it's clearly legal. If you don't get fined, you didn't break the law, right? Okay. So you're saying left at the cornfield? So you mean here, right? Because sure looks like corn to me. I mean, the right was sunflowers, but the left looked like corn. Now we got sheep. That might be wheat over there. On the left. That might be corn. It's hard to tell. Like, if I actually stop and look at a corn plant, I mean, I will identify it as something in the same family as corn. Like, whether it's corn or, like, some variety of maize or something like that, I won't be able to, differentiate. Ah, good old Big Creek. It's like Little Creek. But, bigger. Excellent. Both quotes, 12 and 13, are, if you didn't get fined, you didn't break the law, right? Let's just peek over here real fast to get this revealed, whatever this is. No, recruitment agency. Oh, right. I still need to be hiring more drivers and all that. So the question is, if we add a new quote now, will it put it in spot 12 or will it put it in spot 14 or whatever? But now both of them are gone. Or are you trying to get it put into spot 12? $14. Excellent. Quotes 12 and 13 don't exist. I also hope the quoting thing isn't that smart, so if you do the random quote thing, I hope it randomly chooses 12 and 13 and just says there isn't a quote. Because that would be truly cursed. Hey! Calm down. There's a lot of roundabouts here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How about you add quotes that we actually say though? Just to be clear. That is one I don't want happening, is like people making up quotes. It's not as fun when if you know that people are like literally just making up quotes. Yeah, no, you're testing, I got that. Just kind of putting that out there. Like don't paraphrase stuff or don't alter, because the whole fun is the fact that the person actually did say it. And then people have to question what was the context that it got said, or, you know, just funny sentences or whatever. You thought you could amend 12? Yeah, but was I playing American Truck Simulator, Burning Sun? We can't have misattributing. Miscategorizing is against Twitch, TOS. Granted, they don't mean in that context, but still. Plus, like, retroactively quoting something from, you know, 6, 8, 10 months ago feels the thing. If you say it now, it was just a prospective edition. Yeah, but if I don't say it, then it's a lie. It's not even Rual, it was 12 that said it. Alright, so let's go ahead and get Colby. So you can access the quotes from the UI to fix it that way. I'm pretty sure I was able to fix quotes commands in Firebot before. There's probably a way to fix it, especially since I don't think we added... Well, no, yeah. I mean, I'm sure, because ultimately it probably just saves as a text file on the hard drive. April 11th, 2023. I feel like that's a clever way of trying to get me to say things. But yeah, that also is probably actually when the clip from it is, because I'm sure you just did a search and you found it, because that wouldn't be hard. Maybe you need some time after removing quotes to free the spot. Yeah, no idea. I mean, honestly, if it doesn't clear the spot, that's fine too. I'm not that worried about it. Like, only if, like, the random quote thing starts, you know, quoting things that don't exist, that would be a problem. So I haven't checked in this game. With the fines turned on, if I pass using the shoulder, I should be fined for this if I get seen, right? Because in real life, this is 100% illegal. Just replace the quote with redacted. You gotta be smarter. It's gotta be smarter than that with the delete function, right? No. No, it most definitely does not have to be smarter than that. Moderator's trying to fix it. And now we're at 526 quotes. Hooray. Yeah. That's, like, I just wouldn't worry about it. It's not that big a deal. Like, if it's something that's gonna actually be disruptive or whatever, then we can figure it out. This would drive me crazy. Just having like the two that aren't quotes or whatever, the three I guess now that aren't quotes that get skipped. My issue is it can become something that's a lot of work if people quote and then, you know, we have to delete the quote because it's either like it's something we don't want quoted kind of thing. I mean, I think only the mods can quote stuff. I can't remember. I think it's only mods. But like, you know, every time I'd have to clean up, I'd have to like file edit or UI edit. I just don't want to deal with it. You're deleting over 20 quotes from Sal's channel to fix one typo, then re-adding them all. Kansas, how many cities? 14. Yeah, I don't particularly want that one specific quote, the consume quote. I don't actually want that on there. Because there's those things, people popping in, you almost be like, don't say that. Because people will assume it is something that's actually like a thing we have as a channel meme or whatever. It's just like, yeah, it's not though. Alright, so let's repair because I don't know how they're determining whether or not I've damaged my vehicle. So let's fix our vehicle. That's why you add the dark quotes. Oh, like have a separate quote commands for like curse stuff? Nah, I don't want to do that. That's neat. I didn't realize the quote functionality had all that stuff where you could have it pick up based on the game or specific words in there. Only Firebot and Phantombot can do that? Gotcha. Alright, so we're supposed to go and do a delivery. Technically, it's not even do a delivery, it's drive between it. But we're going to try and do a delivery if we can make one happen. Yeah, so we're supposed to go from Colby to Pittsburgh, Kansas with no GPS. Alright, chat. So here we go. We're going to go into our options. We're going to turn off the GPS. Actually, is there a way I can do this without having to... So, I mean, that's one way to achieve it, as long as I don't switch. I don't know if it's going to automatically switch back at some point. So I wonder if there's a button here that would be like, yeah, GPS? No. So let's see. Okay, so I don't have anything here that says GPS one way or the other. But we're going to have no GPS. We at the top show navigation. I mean, we'll have to pick up our delivery. It's going to actually get the worse when we get to town. Way at the top, show navigation. Show navigation. Alright. Alright, let's get to where we do our pickup, and then we turn it off. Because I don't think you're going to be able to navigate me inside town. I actually don't know how we're going to navigate when we get inside town, but we'll figure that out when we get there. Alright, so job market, freight. We want from Colby, and we're trying to get to Pittsburgh, Kansas. If they don't have one, we're just driving there, which is not as fun. We do have one. It's a crappy one, but we do have one. Like I said, we're gonna go over here, and I'm assuming at least one, if not more of you, has a map of Kansas pulled up, and you're on Colby, and you're gonna direct me. Because I'm depending on you, chat. Because like I said, we're gonna get over here. Because I'm not technically taking it yet. Right when I go to take it, we'll do this. I technically don't have to do the delivery without GPS. I just have to get to the city without GPS. A map? Yup. I assume you're also not going to use the GPS in your maps either, right? You're gonna eyeball it. Because my plan is, we'll pick this up. I'm going to try and find the major highway, and it'll go from there. Alright, so here's the point where we're going to options, gameplay, show navigation, never. Wait, and we don't care about that. So, I'm going to go and assume that if this thing is still up, that counts against us as well. Oh, but I still have the thing on my... I still have the thing on my dash here. How do I get rid of that? I still have a GPS on my dash. I need to figure out how to turn it off. Let's see here. So I have show navigation never. Is this Truck Sim? This is American Truck Simulator, yes. There's got to be a way it can turn off the cabin GPS. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to look for. Do you have a play with steering wheel? No, I don't. I'd have to like tear apart all my stuff and move it around to make it happen, so I just don't typically worry about it. Don't care about photo mode. Alright. Route advisory mode? I'm pretty sure route advisory mode... We can try it. I'm pretty sure that changes whether it's best or whatever. Yeah, but I can't get that off my dash. Let's try saying... No, maybe, No, I could dim it, but I can't turn it off. Yeah. Google says their GPS settings go to options, keybinds, let's see, dashboard map mode, dashboard display mode, so that's C, so we can try that here in a moment. Dashboard map mode. It's a shame there isn't a search. No. Also, don't push Alt F4. That closes whatever application's open. Oh, it was dashboard display mode. Yeah, I see dashboard display mode. I'm not seeing dashboard map mode. Dashboard display mode might be what I can use. So let's try dashboard display mode. That changes the thing on the bottom left. Yeah, no, generally speaking, I don't want the jokes that are like close the browser, like close the tab and all that. Because you could get someone to accidentally like hit something and brick their save, and yeah, you'd be like, well, they should know better. But yeah. There was an informant one as well. So it's the kind of stuff I try to discourage those kind of jokes. Because you can actually set someone back, like they could be working on something that doesn't auto-save, they hit it, not realizing what they're doing, and all that. It's unlikely, and again, people be like, oh, well, they should know better, but, you know, everyone was first introduced to a computer at some point. You don't know it till you run it. I'm not seeing, let's see. There was an information one too. That's what probably this was actually proving to be harder to just set it up. Information mode. Let's try changing that to see. There's a navigation zoom mode. There we go. Alright. We got it. It took us a while, but we got it. It was the information mode. Alright. So we're taking our job from here to Pittsburgh. Okay. And we don't know where the trailer is, so we'll circle the building looking for it. Is that it? Nope, not labeled. There you are. Okay, I'm not allowed to take damage, and I'm not allowed to get fined. So first things first, let's get to the major road. Do I have a compass on here? I'm not seeing any compasses here. Can I buy? I should have probably checked to see if I could buy a compass. It's fine. Is this head southeast or head northwest? It's going to be southeast, because we're in Colby going towards Pittsburgh. I don't know which way we're facing at the moment. Well. Can I restart that? I don't actually know how that works. About restarting stuff. I know they had checkpoints and all that. I don't know how far back that takes me. That takes me way far back. Show autosaves. Okay, autosave Friday at 1:03. So that's like 1 minute ago. Okay. So let's back up in time real quick to before we did that. Yeah, so southeast is dominant. I forgot how finicky the red lights are, that you have to, like, really stay back from them. And we can't, like, even though in normal life you can turn right on red, a lot of states have rules about turning right on red in the commercial. Oh, good. So we're back here, we picked up our trailer, and we have not been fined yet. Okay. I am going to guess we're turning left on this road. I don't have any signs that are telling me what road we're on. But remember, this is the main road. And I also can't go forward. Because I'm assuming we're not facing north. So most likely this will be the right way. I really wish I had a compass. I'm pretty sure you can buy a compass for your dashboard as well. And I still haven't customized it since we got all the Halloween stuff. I could put a plushie and everything on our dash. I just haven't gone to upgrade or do anything. Are you allowed to look at the map? Probably. So we're on Junction 70. Yeah, because it says no GPS of any kind. So let's map real fast. Okay. Yes. So I am going the right direction, and I want to turn left. And then after that, I won't know where I'm going. So I want to turn left at the highway. Yeah, so Denver's to the right. So we don't take that. We cross through and we take a left. To Salina, east on 70. Yeah, now the description is not allowed to use GPS of any kind. Where's the challenge from? Dare drops. So we're doing dare drops. So, like, for example, if I finish this challenge, it won't be tonight, but on a future day, I will be given a key to give away for American Truck Simulator's base game, as well as the Kansas DLC, to give out to my community. Ooh, I don't know what the speed limit is because I don't have my computer telling me what the speed limit is. Alright, well, I'm going to assume 40 until we see otherwise. We're east on Junction there. So we have 75. So we're going east on 75, for anyone watching on the map. And so my question is, what major city am I going to take my next turn at? Or is it just going to be a straight shot? I can't imagine it's a straight shot for this to be a challenge. There's got to be at least one or two turns. Dare Drops, is that a website? Yeah, it's for content creators that basically can sign up for dares. And that the idea is they give us points, and eventually those points can be turned into money. It's not really much there, so I actually don't care about that part because it's so little. But the more important thing is sometimes they'll sit there and be like, here, you can get a key for the game for free for yourself. And then if you do these challenges, you can get keys for your communities to give away. Do I have anyone looking at the map? About what city I'm going to and all that. Because I require chat assistance on this one. Otherwise, going by road signs, which really don't help you, unless it happens to be they have signs directly to the city you're going to. And most of the time, they won't. then it's pretty difficult to read these signs. Head to Pittsburgh. Oh, excellent. Thank you. Nice. How do they verify? You take clips when you've accomplished whatever the thing is. Now, some of the dares, it's like, okay, a clip isn't enough time to really give them what they need to verify, so it is just them kind of going on the honor system. But like for this one, I'm not supposed to use the GPS, so I do have the GPS turned off and all that kind of stuff. So I could cheat the whole thing and use GPS all the way to like the last minute and then turn off the GPS and just wink, wink, nudge, nudge, we've made it. But, you know, that's dishonest. And probably eventually someone would call you out on it. Like, not that they'd stop doing it, because for them, they just want you to play the game on their channel, That's really the goal, is to get you to play the game on the channel and all that. What I probably should have done is right from the beginning before we left, pulled up the map and said, okay, we're here. And just like written down, turn right at that one. Yeah.
Wipey heads downstairs.
Okay. I love you.
Not as much as I love you.
That's not true. You're not allowed to lie on the internet. We've talked about it.
No, I love you more.
You sleep well. Alright. Aslan says, you don't know, maybe the true passion of encouraging active driver engagement without GPS? Oh no, but that's just one of the dares, and they had something like 20 of them. And it's the only one that has GPS involved in it at all. And since I have no way of really knowing the speed limit, like half the time... Oh, is that a sign for Pittsburgh? Okay, so we exit in 1 mile. Thankfully, there was a sign that actually told me where it goes. They discovered why deleted quotes did not free up their ideas. It's saying Firebot. Gotcha. I can fix that later. Oh, Pittsburgh is left. Okay, and this is a roundabout. I know it's yield, but it's a little difficult to look around in this. The other thing is I have no context to how close we are, how far we are, anything like that. Okay, it should be 35. No, it says 25 up here in the circle. But which way from here? I mean, south is 83 that way. I don't know where. $183 south. Let's try taking 183 south. It implied I wanted to turn left for Pittsburgh, but that's north, and Pittsburgh is south of us. I'm sure it's we cross to a different road, but with no one helping me with navigation, I'm left just driving and guessing. So this is the entire rest of the stream. Because that isn't an effective way to do this. I was actually kind of expecting there to be 2 or 3 people who'd want to sit there and do it. And that's actually half the reason I chose this dare was like, okay, like, it'll get a bunch of people messing around, having fun. Because we're now in Hays City, Kansas. Going south at, I think it was 83? Yeah, looks like it's South 83. But you don't want to be blamed for giving wrong directions? That's the fun. Like, everyone doesn't want to be yelled at by the driver. I wouldn't have a way of knowing I'm getting wrong directions. I'd have to just go by trust. I mean, unless I, like, ended up... Oh, I guess it's 183, my bad. Unless I just ended up in, like, Idaho or something, at which point then I'd be like, alright, who's trolling? Else the right? We're a good chat, we don't backseat. Even upon request. Alright, so approaching K156 in a bunch of miles. There's Big Creek. Honestly, having no idea what the speed limit is half the time, there's 65, is one of the more stressful things. You'll turn left at Greensburg. Okay. So I keep going south till we see Greensburg. In case it doesn't have the city name, does it also have the road number? Just out of curiosity? I have no idea what the game's going to have in it. Like, they might actually not have Greensburg labeled. 400? Okay, 400 or Greensburg. Turn left at 400 or Greensburg. Thank you. Let's be careful to not take damage or get fined. Okay, thank you, Yannick. Oh no, it's totally fine. Like I said, it doesn't bother me. But I can get it switched up so, you know, we don't have weird spaces in the middle of it. So they're not going. There's nothing obstructing them. They're just not feeling it today. Uh. Oh, I see. There's two trucks in the middle and they blocked each other. I don't think we'll get fined for this. Very slowly. We don't want to damage the trailer. Okay, we're good. The game's like, no damage or fines, you say? Stop there in red. It's not red. So the good news is it actually isn't that long of a trip. Because we're staying inside Kansas the entire time. Because you remember the other night we did a trip from, like, California all the way to, like, Oklahoma or something like that. It was, like, basically far southwest all the way to the top northeast. And that, I believe, took us a bit over an hour, I think. There's Junction 50. I didn't see a sign telling me what town this is, but it's Junction 50, not 400. Ah, there's a sign for Greensburg ahead. I didn't see the distance. But Greensburg is ahead. I also don't remember what the speed limit was, and we're inside, say, I would guess 30? "24 miles down the road." That's when you get there. 24 miles is not very long in this game. Now 65. Yeah, I'm getting distracted trying to read the signs, which, you know, because it's a video game and they don't render that far out very cleanly and all that. Like, it's perfectly fine looking at, but then when you're trying to actually read the signs, it's very hard to make them out. So I was really focused on, there was a name of a city on that last that began with a P, and I thought it was going to tell me, like, you know, Pittsburgh, 65 miles, then left or whatever. The guy couldn't make out what that sign is. Okay, Junction 400, and we want to go east on this one, correct? Which I believe is left. And I have a stop and they do not. Why are you stopping? You don't have a stop sign. Don't do this to me, game. Am I safe? They're in Greensburg now. The booming metropolis of Greensburg with its scrapyard. 400 goes all the way through Wichita, or goes to Wichita all the way to Pittsburgh. Nice. Because for the challenge, it's not complete the delivery, it's just get to Pittsburgh. I'm just doing a delivery because if I'm going to bother driving, I might as well get paid. So I can pass here once this car passes ahead of us. Good I didn't go for it earlier because that's a police car. I think it was 55 if I recall correctly. Turn around and head to Los Angeles. I'm just waiting for us to get a detour and have to get off this road to some other road and just have to like completely reroute. You know, get put on a route that puts us out of our way 100 miles. Everyone's scrambling to find the alternate route to like go around 2 or 3 cities to get to where we're going. Okay. Yeah, so assuming everything's good, we'll be just taking this through Wichita. We'll just have to try and make sure we're following the road without speeding or anything, because I'm assuming the speed limit will drop a lot when we get there. Are we there yet? No. Okay, there's Wichita's sign. New dare get to LA or Albuquerque. They do those kind of dares sometimes. They'll be like dare hard drive, and they'll have like one of the farthest cities to one of the other farthest cities, you know, deliver something. Sometimes they'll be like without taking damage, sometimes they won't. Sometimes like, yeah, we know you're gonna be driving for like an hour, so don't worry about the damage. This one I have to worry about damage and fines. It's the only one I have to worry about fines in this set of dare drops. And I think once we're done with this one, we might be done with the ones I have to worry about damage as well. I'm not as confident on the damage thing. There might be one more. We're actually getting through a lot of these, honestly. I think we're through 4, maybe 5 of them out of the 7 or 8 I got. So we're making good time with that. I'm assuming we're reaching Wichita city limits. Yep. Okay, discovered 9 of the 14 cities, and Pittsburgh is also one, so we'll be at least 10 out of 14. Probably 10 out of 14. Which does mean for going for the 14 cities, we just gotta figure out what deliveries we have to make for like the, like, you know, drive to one city, you know, just ping pong through them. That should get that one knocked out. I also can't see my dares because I actually clicked the YouTube tab ahead of it, but that's okay. We just need to focus on the one we're doing right now. Where's the deliver cargo using 100% damage truck? When your truck gets 100% damaged, you have to tow it. You can't drive it anymore, won't let you. And honestly, it gets pretty unusable so far as like constantly stalling again and again and again well before that. I wonder how they prove that I don't have damage or fines. I mean, they probably just assume you're on the honor system. Because they didn't require us to do a delivery. So there'd be no evidence one way or the other. Other than obviously if I had my... Well, no, because we'd have to have our HUD down to see that whether or not we're damaged. But yeah, so there's nothing they could look at to determine one way or the other. I'm still going to make sure I do it honestly. But you get the idea. There are a lot of dares they do that I only assume they must go entirely on the honor system, that they don't actually verify. They kind of just verify that you have a clip of playing the game at least in the right place or something. Because I can't imagine... There's just a lot of stuff that they'd have difficulty verifying. Like, one of the ones we had to do for Farming Simulator was we had to do a tour. And the tour took us a good, like, 10-15 minutes. It was a lot of fun. I actually really liked doing it. But, they're actually in the stream right now. I mean, I wouldn't mind. That bumps up my viewer count, so... Like, and I'm being honest about it. I imagine if they did have, like, a rife problem of people cheating the system, they would deal with it in some way. Roll dare drop admins in disguise. Again, that's fine, because I won't claim the dare unless I've actually earned it. Okay, Pittsburgh, 137 miles. Oh, we could go to El Dorado. Okay. Just being a little paranoid about the turns. We've had plenty of cases where I've been going like the speed limit, but this particular truck is great at hauling very heavy loads. It is not good at maneuvering. So sometimes when we're at the speed it's recommending, the turns get pretty harrowing. I don't remember what the speed limit is. Let's not push our luck. It's like Pittsburgh, just go through the cornfields. Interestingly enough, we already discovered Wichita, and it's like Wichita 65 miles in the road that leaves Wichita. That's a little bit of a head scratcher there. Road makes a big U. It just snakes, like, really hard snakes. It's like the one hill in San Francisco. One does not simply leave Wichita. Yep. All right. 81. So we're already halfway there from when we just left. 81 miles to Pittsburgh. And we can probably just take the clip the moment it says, like, welcome to Pittsburgh or whatever. I think that's about as good as we're going to get, because I think that'll make him satisfied, because we don't have the HUD in the bottom right. We don't have the HUD on the dash. So, we've done about all of the things we can. There's the Topeka city limit. All right. And I don't know what our plan for stream tomorrow is going to be. No, actually, there is no stream tomorrow. That's what our plan for tomorrow is. Tomorrow's my day off. Normally it's Thursday, but we switched the schedule since my wife's schedule switched at work. Because it just makes it much easier for me to stream where you don't have to take a break to eat in the middle of it and all that kind of stuff. So tomorrow is my day off. And Sunday... No, actually, I do know what I'm doing Sunday. Sunday we're going to have some collab stuff. That got penciled in for me and Sui to do more American Truck Simulator, but multiplayer. And that'll be probably part of the stream. Sui usually turns in a bit earlier than me, so probably do that for the first half, and then we'll figure out the second half when we get there. We'll go until, like, Sui needs to turn in or it's getting late or whatever. I actually haven't played this game multiplayer before, so it should be interesting, because they do have where you can multiplayer. We'll certainly do, like, the convoy thing, where it's just two people running around the world doing their own thing, because you'll just not run into each other enough to matter. But if we do the convoy thing, that should be fun. Because then we get bigger deliveries with bigger pay, but, like, we both have to do, you know, our share of the delivery and all that. It also works because any of the dare drops that we miss should be doable. Because I know there's one dare drop I didn't accept that was based on having multiplayer. We should be basically pretty much in Pittsburgh right about now, any time now. It says Pittsburgh left. Hey, and we're in Pittsburgh, so dare drop accomplished. So someone gets a clip of that, Ionek, if you're here. I'm assuming you're here. So now, let's put our GPS back up and all that kind of stuff. So let me turn those back on. So you can go to options, gameplay. Cool, thank you. That was actually the one I was the most worried about, was actually doing the doing it with no GPS. So cool. And then when we finish this, I'll check the next dare drop we got going on. How am I doing on time? I'm doing excellent on time is how I'm doing on time. Fortunately, it wasn't that difficult. I could imagine if they wanted to do an absolutely absurd one, they could do from like, hey, get from Kansas City to like Santa Cruz, no GPS. Like, don't even worry about the damage, no damage, that kind of thing. Like, that just adds stress. But literally just have you go that whole distance with no GPS. I could see that for like for one of the sub goal things. I could see doing something like that, having a fairly long trek, you know, in this game. So something that take maybe an hour. Where Tomb has a map and navigates, and I just drive. I'll have to see if she's actually up for that. Because Tomb actually is really good about giving directions in real life. She'll also get on your case, or she'll be like, okay, turn right here. And then, you know, you pull into the lane, and then you start merging, or she's like, I didn't tell you to merge. Like, she's like, I want you in this lane. If I need you in a different lane, I'll tell you that. Have to find a decent route that isn't just take Highway 80 across the country. Yup. Yeah, I didn't tell you to merge. Or before my dad started having his health problems, there was plenty of times my dad would switch lanes and she'd go, what are you doing? And he's like, get into the right-hand lane. I didn't tell you to do that. I need you in the left-hand lane. Oh, the sign has terrible kerning. Pittsburgh, why? Why? Why do you have that kerning? It's not even all in line. Why would you do that? Was it they ordered the sign? They're like, cool, Pittsburgh will fit. And then, you know, the person's like, you do realize Pittsburgh has 2 T's. You just hear the person, like, just swear under their breath. Like, I'll fix it. She's not serious about it. She doesn't get mad or something. It's just, she'll be giving directions, and she'll need you to be in the left-hand lane and the right-hand lane. So be like, okay, turn, you know, like, turn left or whatever. And you'll, like, because you follow to the left, you'll be in the left-hand lane. And because, you know, 2 intersections, you're going to turn left again. And so, you know, naturally, if you just switch lanes over, she'll be like, stop doing that. Like, I didn't tell you to do that. Nowadays she's gotten more where she's like, you're going to turn left in, like, 2 miles. It's like, oh, okay. Okay, so I want to be in the left-hand lane, because 2 miles is going to go by pretty quick. But yeah, no, she doesn't get, like, salty or anything like that. She'll just let you blow right past the intersection. She'll just be like, I told you to stay in the left-hand lane. Well, it's turning off. I'm like, yes, it was. That's why I told you to stay in that lane. And I'll be like, okay, now how do I get there? It's like, all right, you do this. That's part of why I think it'd be fun. It'd also be fun because you'd probably be using an actual map like Google Maps. And she'd probably give me the information that would, you know, if you're driving in real life, you'd be like, okay, you're going to go onto exit 83. And, you know, it'll probably stop at some little road that goes to the major road or whatever. And, you know, the game's not going to have that. So it'll be like, okay, that intersection doesn't exist. Give me the next intersection. I don't know. I think it'd be fun. She would also be like, no, I don't really want to do that. which would be totally fine and fair. Like, I don't want to get on camera and give directions. There's stories about these things. I could also see doing something like keep talking and nobody explodes with her. I haven't played that game in years. That's a real fun game to play with friends. Especially if someone is willing to get on the VR. For those who don't know what the game Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes is, one person, normally wearing VR, but you can do without VR, they have a bomb in front of them. And it's got all these different like little switches and knobs and diagrams that you have to like figure out. But the person who has the bomb in front of them does not have the instructions on how to deal with the bomb in front of them. That's where the other people come in. They can't see the bomb, but they have all the directions on how to defuse it. And so it's entirely around like communicating stuff. And when it's just one person, like one other person, that's fine. It gets really interesting when you have like 2 or 3 other persons. You're like, okay, I've got 6 module, I've got wires, I've got Simon Says, I've got this, I've got that. And you know, like one person will be like, okay, I've got the wires. And you go, then they'll be like, all right, does the serial number end with an even number? And you go, let me check. And there's that talking back and forth going on where the person with the bomb is trying to, you know, juggle these 4 or 5 different things, while the different people are trying to look up and going, okay, I need to know, does your bomb have 2 batteries or no batteries? Because they have like, you know, if the first wire is blue and has 1 battery and it has this and there's no red wires, cut the 3rd wire. And so you have to like go through and get all that information while they're trying to like read through the directions and figure it all out. Does ATS have a multiplayer mode of front seat passengers? I don't believe so. I don't honestly know. I haven't multiplayed this game yet. The multiplayer I do know it has is I do know they have multiplayer where it's convoy, where you each have your own delivery truck. So that well, I mean, you can have like free where you just drive around the map together, I believe. But then you have convoy mode, which means I would take a delivery that requires 2 or 3 trucks. And then you have your 2 or 3 friends, and you'd all get in your trucks, and you'd all go as a group to deliver. Oh. All right. Meanwhile, while that's happening, I take 2 seconds and I switch my browser tabs over here, so I can see the dare drops again. Oh man, a whole bunch of those have already are in review. The GPS one is already in review. Like, we haven't even finished the delivery yet and it's already in review. They are spot on with it. I'm genuinely impressed at how much they're doing that. We haven't had the opportunity for a complex parking situation yet. Which is interesting because I kind of have to decide that ahead of time because it's supposed to take no damage doing a delivery with complex parking. Now, if we're lucky, that's what's going to happen here because that actually looks like that might be complex parking over there. I know if you do like the oil refinery kind of stuff, a lot of times that's a mess. Oh, too bad. It would have been cool, like one person looking at the map and such. Well, that's what I was figuring we could do with that kind of thing is I would be driving and she would probably be on her computer on voice chat or even just behind me. I'd probably say her computer's voice chat so everyone can hear her clearly. But, and like literally have her just pulling up like Google Map or something like that. And just trying to figure it out. Like, the key would be I would forbid her from just like hitting directions go. We'd have to do it like old road trip style maps. I'm gonna assume, oh, it's gonna not be complex parking. Chat gives directions, but emotes only turned on. I don't think I'd actually want to turn on emotes only because people joining in would just assume. Okay. So, yeah, so this is just, I could choose auto parking or not. I mean, if we get to do an oil delivery, that'll probably be complex parking, as I recall. Yeah, no, I was looking at the outside, and it was like this really funny shaped building. It's like, okay, and this doesn't need a screenshot or anything like that. This is just a regular delivery. Yay! Continue. Just in time, even more. Give me more money on my deliveries. All right, so the things we still need to do is one is discover all the cities. The complex parking one, which I don't know how we could even deliberately target that. And I need to deliver an aircraft wing and jet engine inlets to or from every aviation depot in Wichita. And it's got a 6 after it, which is making me think there are 6 of them. That's one of them. And then the other one is just to discover all the cities. Yeah, no, I thought I had always ask turned on. Let's double check that. Parking difficulty. Oh. Always select. Okay, so I didn't have it on, so that could have gotten us. I don't think that was complex parking anyways. Alright, so we need to deliver an aircraft wing and jet engine inlets. I don't know if that's technically one cargo or 2 separate cargos. To Wichita's various places. So let's first see if we can check the job market here. And we're looking for stuff that goes to Wichita. That's glass rack, so that doesn't do me any good. So I'm going to actually switch to this, to fast travel to Wichita. And we'll see if we can't get to these 4 cities from Wichita doing a delivery. And I'll have to probably pen in the names of these places as we go, so I don't end up with the other one. Man, every time I think I'm done finding stuff from TwitchCon, I keep finding more business cards, like in random books and all that I put aside so I wouldn't damage them. Okay. So now we're here. Yeah, so this is where we do multiplayer here as Convoy. So world map. That's not what I want. Job market, freight, Wichita, transport helicopter, all-terrain crane, cars, forklifts, computers, tires. So we have aircraft inlet cowls, aircraft engines. We need jet engine inlets, and aircraft wings. So jet engine inlet cowl I don't think is the same thing. Is that the same? Because that's the engine, that's the cowl. It doesn't mention the cowl. But that's all the stuff we have available in Wichita right now. And we can't check the other cities. I don't believe we can go to here and go. Porian. Hutchinson. Marysville. Phillips. I don't know if that's what we're looking for. And there's nothing to Hutchinson? Maybe I can't see it from there? I'm honestly just seeing if there's other things in Kansas. So we have Junction City. Salina. Alright, well that's a bummer. You can sleep fast for time and jobs will refresh. Okay, we can do that. Yeah, so we would have to go to drive. Okay. Let's check freight now. So we do have one going here, so if we don't find one that's the wing or the engine, we can at least go and find the next city. Which I'm fine with whatever we do to make that. Yes, that's Inlet Cowl. I'm just seeing if we see like the inlet itself. Alright, so we are going to this one, because that'll get our next city. Yeah, so my assumption is there's a handful of businesses here. The %6, I think, means we're going to be delivering to or from 6 locations. So 6 different deliveries. Unless you got... I mean, I don't think it'd do a delivery from like the same location back to itself or whatever, but... Yeah, some of the descriptions are not super clear. But my assumption is there will be a company that has 6 different locations in Wichita that we pick up stuff and sell it. Now the other confusing thing is, do I have to deliver both the wings and the inlets to all of those at separate deliveries, so it's 12 deliveries? Because that would seem pretty unreasonable, and if that is the case, then that's not probably going to happen. Not unless we could shenanigans it. Oh wait, never mind. I can't go. No right on red. Yeah, to me that sounds like one cargo combined. That's the reason I kept looking at the cargo. I'm assuming it's a special cargo. Like, just like we had the turbine fan, I'm assuming it'll be a special one of just a giant wing. All right. I mean, even if we don't get that one done, I'm not super worried about it, because this one will get us a step closer to the next one. You know what we could also do? Let's check this real fast. Job market external contracts. I forgot about these. Because these are special contracts that they set up, and there is a thing for me to do 14 of these this month. I never really understood the difference between the external contracts and the other ones. The sad answer, though, is none of those are what I need. Because it just, like, technically it's another one. Like, I don't know if those external ones show up on the freight market when you're playing, or they're a totally independent thing. I know the external ones you use to progress when they have, like, some type of challenge going on, or community event going on. I am hoping the ones we're doing do count, though. They've done a bunch of deliveries that are over 100 miles in Kansas. It'd be a bummer that you're doing the thing they're asking, but it doesn't count anyways. Oh, I just realized we still... It's fine. We have part of our dashboard turned off, but it's okay. So I'm assuming Wichita does a lot of aircraft production, is what I'm gathering. Just judging by, like, all the things related to that. Also interesting that we don't have a road down there, but there was a picture icon over there towards the city. Makes you wonder if you are actually allowed to drive down part of that road. Because there are a couple secret roads. It's actually one of the dare drops that people already grabbed all of the instances of it before I got a chance to, which was to find the secret roads. That said, I don't really want to actually do it. Because those are the kind of ones you have no guarantee of completion. Because you can get stuck in that last one and just not find it. Versus stuff that's like very, you know, do a delivery to this town is very straightforward. There's no question about it. You're going to be able to do it. Cessna jets in Wichita? Gotcha. When you said Cessna, I thought about like the single prop plane, the little dinky ones that a stiff breeze moves them around. Yeah, I'm assuming general aviation. They have 4-6 people jets. Gotcha. Makes sense. There's a service center in Wichita. Makes sense. Okay, so we have freight. And we are taking the boom lift to Emporia, because that's one of the cities we need to still find. So I don't even really care about what the payload is or the money. There. It's just a matter of trying to get those towns. Oh, I didn't see the fence before. Yeah, I'll just really push that to see how tight we can make that turn before it has problems. We're actually able to make that turn. I didn't think we were going to be able to, but we did. We do need to stop for gas as well. Go. It weirdly was like standing up, like higher. Like it was like they got up and they got alarmed and they hit hydraulics and raised it. You know, make sure they could like really stand their car up tall, so you know be more threatening to the semi. They saw a documentary about frogs and they figured it was a good idea. I mean, I guess technically toads, but whatever. Now, I know it's telling me to turn left, but I'm actually going to go straight because of the question mark that we haven't revealed yet, and I want to see what it is. Because it could easily be like another dealer for trucks, it could be a recruitment center, it could be a lot of things. And I can't use it until I reveal it. It's not going to put me that far out of the way either. Don't have to pull all the way in. I just want just enough. Yep, recruitment agency. And we got it. And now I get back in the highway. Like that's the thing. I'm sitting at like $800,000. That's enough to get 2, maybe 3 drivers on the road, making me like $10,000-$20,000 extra every delivery I do. Because I'll be running around doing their own deliveries. I just keep forgetting to do it. And for the record, I do actually intend on doing more Hard Space Shipbreaker on our permadeath run. I'm definitely also going to get back to the RimWorld run. We just had the Dare Drops drop and got access to the Ultrasources community farm sim server. So it's kind of just, we've had a whole bunch of things that have come available at kind of the same time. But, like I said, what I'll probably do is Sunday we'll do American Truck Simulator with Sui. More than likely she'll wrap up before I do. Maybe do Hard Space Shipbreaker after that. Might be a good time to do it. And then, you know, like the next day we can pop in and pick up where we left off with RimWorld. And then, you know, second half of the stream, pick up on something else. Yeah, for those who didn't catch the other day, we do have the community is welcome to join Ultrasources community server. I've got all the details in the Farm Simulator 22 channel on the Discord. That said, for right now, I am keeping it as subs only. It's the first time I've started messing around with the community server as a creator. So I'm kind of trying to keep the number of people popping in a little bit down. Just to kind of get a feel for it, see what the pain points are, all that kind of stuff, gauge interest, so on and so forth. And then once I start getting a bit more comfortable with all that, then we'll see where it actually lands so far as dealing with that. So it's not me trying to force people to be subbed so much as I am, like, it was this thing I've said that I don't really want to deal with any admin server. That's part of the reason I'm cool with is Ultrasource is handling a lot of that, so it makes it easier for me. But it is kind of opening up the door that I've had people request that I do community multiplayer servers and play multiplayer, you know, and collab and do that. Like, that's probably one of the most requested things for stuff to do on the channel, just hands down the most requested. And it is one thing that I said I will likely not hop on voice outside of other creators I'm, you know, playing with that I trust kind of thing. Just, you know, if someone pops in, like, go into a racist tirade, yeah, I can ban them from the server and all that, but kind of damage is done type deal. So I just don't want to have to deal with that. Plus, I know for a lot of people in the channel, that's just not the content they're looking for. Ooh, we might actually get a Hutchinson as a freebie on the way through. That's good. But, so it's kind of... Oh, we're not going to go there. We're going to be, like, just slightly off. It's fine. Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll count this intersection and we'll be able to get it on the way by. If not, we can just cut across. After we finish this, do a delivery going that way. But it is a thing I could definitely see doing some community stuff. That's part of the thing is I'm kind of giving myself, it's like, all right, yeah, I'll be willing to take a little bit more risks. A little bit more risk with the multiplayer thing so far as community stuff. But I'll do that as a reward for hitting sub goals. Guess what, car? I stopped caring because I don't have to avoid violations right now. I was going to miss my turn, and I have nothing to worry about. We've already done all of the challenges that require me to not take damage. So I am free. I can do what I want. Not that I'm going to go out of my way to take damage. But I'm not gonna miss my turn. Because yeah, I'm thinking we'll end up having it for pretty much every month. We'll have at least one of the sub goals will be like, okay, we'll spin up some type of community server for like that'll play on stream a couple of days or whatever. You know, and maybe longer, but like a couple of days, kind of the first thing there. That'd be still like the half stream thing, but you get the idea. But we'll probably have like a vote for the game. I'll probably come up with a short list, and then people can say like, this is the one we want to do. So stuff like Factorio, Project Zomboid, Farming Sim, so on and so forth. Because I think it'd be fun, and I'm hoping by keeping it somewhat controlled that the admin side of it won't be nearly as high effort. Because that's been one of my big reservations, is just, you know, neither person in the wrong, but two people don't get along, they start squabbling, and I gotta figure out what the heck I'm doing with it, which usually I'll be whoever seems like they're the instigator is the one who I'll be like, you know, shape up. You know, shape up, ship out kind of thing. I said, the lifeguarding figure 4 approach where you stick your leg out with the casualty to grab, but the other leg is ready to kick them off if they're a problem and try to take you down. I see. I hadn't heard the figure 4 approach. Yeah, just being very cautious. It's just kind of one of those things that you could run into problems where something happens, you end up getting like someone like clips like the racist tirade, like reports it, you get slapped for it, and then you demonstrate that, yeah, no, it happened, I banned them, like it dealt with it, and then, you know, the suspension gets lifted or whatever. But as a creator, being offline for a couple of days is rough. You gotta think about, like, Factorio. Do you leave the server running off stream, or do you go until it comes done due to people involved? So for Factorio, that specific one, I think I would not keep it as a persistent server. Whereas Farm Sim, I would. If we did like Minecraft, I would. But Factorio specifically, it like, if we left the server up, it would already have rockets launched by the time I got back on stream the next day. So probably do, you know, the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, however many hours, you know, it gets streamed in a day. People can pop in and out as able. That kind of thing. That would be, unless you do space exploration. I'm not doing mods, especially with a server like that, because I'm not going through the hassle of telling everyone, here's the handful of mods you need, here's all this stuff you need, all that. Like, most of the time, it's gonna be vanilla. There might, like, if it's a server I'm gonna run for a longer term, I could see going through the hassle. But something like Factorio is probably gonna be something we do 2, 3, 4 streams of or whatever at the absolute most, because that's how long it'll take us to do everything and launch the rocket. I wouldn't want to go through the headache of modding. But if it was something, like if we were like, alright, let's do, you know, people are enjoying farms, so let's just do Farm Sim. We could just do that. It ends up being a thing like once or twice a week we do a Farm Sim night or whatever with the community. I could see leaving that on. I could see going through the hassle of modding it or whatever. Vector doesn't need any of that. Join the game. It says server needs these mods. Download. Click yes. No, and I get that, Burning Sun. But inevitably someone will have a troubleshooting problem. They'll be like, oh, I'm having a problem with this. And it's not necessarily the modding straight up, but it's just all the extra complexity. I don't... Like, if it becomes a thing that I'm troubleshooting people doing multiplayer regularly, I'll just not do it. I don't give myself enough time to do half the stuff I want to do for stream. Let alone troubleshooting other people's problems. And at the same time, I also wouldn't want to be like, you know, someone is genuinely having problems and just be like, well, you're out of luck. I wouldn't want to do that either. That said, I just don't want to mod Factorio. I know you want me to do a space exploration mod really badly, but it's not something I'm interested in taking the time to set up and do. And I know it's not hard. I've played multiplayer Factorio with friends before. I actually think I did it on the stream right at the beginning. We played Factorio online, and I don't think we had mods, but I think we had version stuff that it went and did it. I know, and I get your interest into it. I don't like modding very much. It's just not my jam. Like, don't get me wrong, I will mod games, but it's always very lightly. Versus space exploration is a massive overhaul mod. And it's cool. I think it's great that it's out there. It's just not one I want to take the time. Like, if you remember when I played Kenshi, for example, there were mods. I actually modded Kenshi more than most games, typically. That there was a bunch of areas in Kenshi that just were underdeveloped. They just never bothered filling in. So I'd get mods to fill those in. And between the last time I had played and when I streamed it, those mods all kind of went defunct, and so they got kind of wrapped into this one super mod. And I'm like, okay, cool. They just put all the things, like all these little ones in the super mod. That's fine. I vetted these mods. And then there was just so much garbage they shoved in there that I played a stream or two, and I was like genuinely upset with it because there was so much junk I didn't want that I ended up stopping the run. Oh, wait, we're accepting... Wait, no, we have our payload. Where am I dropping this? You've got the mark for me to drop this, but you haven't notified me of where it goes or anything. I see the icon. And you haven't asked me if I want to drop it a different way or whatever. That's fine. Oh, I bet you have to actually put my... It's been so long since I've done it this way. Ah. Well, it's too late to do where I need it because I literally just damaged it. So next one, it's where I need it. Yeah, so I damaged it there, which is a shame because I hadn't damaged it the whole way. No, I struck that car. So yeah, either way, we wouldn't have been able to do it. So current company job offers. Do you happen to have one going the other way? No. All right, that's fine. Last time he was arriving customer, I was dropping off a trailer somewhere, not knowing where he wanted. Wanted me to drop it right next to him. That's fine. I'll just damage the payload even more. It's cool. Here, let's just deal with this way. All right. So we'll go job market freight. So we still need Hutchinson, Phillipsburg, or Maryville. I'm also seeing if we have any of those wing inlets or whatever. Let's see if this says anything about like the wing inlets and all that garbage. Yeah, so we have the inlet cowls still. We just don't have that. It's fine. All right. Okay. So we're looking for places in Kansas to see if any of them are the ones we need. Garden City? They had a couple trailer again. Move it. Oh, I'm assuming the red stripe there means it's a special one. Okay, so like I'm basically trying to get ones that go to the cities we haven't found because I gotta find all cities. And if worst case, I could just drive to the next one of the cities and just get credit for driving there, which might happen. Yeah, so we're gonna just drive to Marysville. Since... Yeah, does Topeka have anything that goes to one of them? Because we just drive up to Topeka. And hop over as well. Because we're just trying to find the last of the towns. Okay, it does. Actually, it does. But the offer expires in 1 in-game hour. So let's try... Quick travel. Let's go to Topeka. And if they give me what I'm looking for, great. If not, we just drive up there. Is Marysville, Ohio? No, we're not talking Marysville, Ohio. Ohio's not in the game. Marysville is also in Kansas. There's a lot of places that have duplicates, but yeah, no, Ohio, Michigan, that whole area is just not in the game yet. Kansas is about as far east as it goes for the moment. They are slowly adding one more area to the game each day. Alright. The Pittsburgh, none of that. I'm assuming it's gone already. Nope, it's not. So if we hurry, we might be able to make this happen. Because in-game time goes fast, so we're talking that hour and something is like a minute and 50 seconds or something like that. I don't think we're gonna make it in time. Of course, there's a cop right here. He's gonna catch me speeding. Of course, you're also gonna see me exit. And they don't chase you or anything, by the way. They spot you, you instantly get sighted, and you move on. So this isn't like GTA or something where they can spot you, can just drive off in a hurry and get away with it. Not that kind of game. We're already at about $3,000 in fines. Overshot a little. Did we make it in time? We did. We actually made that in time. All right, take the job. Okay, I'm also going to try to do the one where we have to do the complicated parking on this one. So, no more damage until the mission's done. Alright, so let's see if we can't get this done. We can get fines. Those are okay. We just can't take damage. So I am thinking that the aircraft parts will probably be the one that we don't end up getting. Like, it feels like that dare drop, considering we haven't even been offered the mission, and in theory there's 6 different stops I have to do. That feels like that's going to be a big old bumpkus on that one. We'll check the external contracts once we discovered all the towns, though. Oh, wait, right. It's okay, we just creeped a little bit over the line. It's probably alright. We haven't actually gotten the 2 trailer missions in a long time either. Those feel like they should pay more. To make it so you do them more often. Considering how much harder they are because you're dealing with 2 trailers with half the time. Like any time you have to like back into park or something, it is a nightmare. This should also be a pretty easy mission so far as the type of trailer. Some states allow 3 trailers. I mean, I'd be down to try it. I don't even want to think about how you'd back up something like that. I mean, the right answer is you don't. Okay. Probably should stop here for gas, but we're not going to. Try and find something along the way. That said, I think we've made pretty good time with this. The fact that we've got 4 out of 7 of these done. We're making really good progress towards the 5th. If we do this well, we'll get the 5th one done and we'll be right at the end of the 6th. We can get the 6th one done. If we have that one left that, you know, is for those special deliveries or whatever it is that we just can't seem to make spawn, I would not be unhappy with that. Because like I said, it's not something you get punished if you take a dare and you don't finish it. It's just if you accept the key and they just don't even play it on stream or something, that'll more than likely get you to stop getting keys. I should stop here, but I'm not going to. Because I believe we're at 11 out of 14 of the cities in Kansas, and we're on our way to what'll be 12 out of 14, and then we'll just have the 2 left. And it'll be easy peasy. Oh, good. Industrial Road. That's a road that half the cities in the U.S. have. Or sorry, half of the states in the U.S. have. I know in Florida, 3 different industrial roads. Looks like some of the dares are just achievements from the game. Yep. Like that's the finding all the cities, every single DLC they'll add an achievement for that, which is something I actually honestly have mixed feelings about, because on one hand I do like that there's more achievements to hunt. On the other hand, I am always kind of not super thrilled when you have like a game that you could get all the achievements in and be like, cool, I've finished it, I've 100%ed it, and then just a DLC comes out and now you haven't 100%ed it anymore. And I understand a bunch of people's like, but why do you care? You shouldn't. I'm like, I realize that. But to me, it's fun to go after all achievements and all that. I kind of wish the achievements would be like associated with the DLC, not the base game. Like when a DLC comes out. So like you'd buy American Truck Simulator that have like, I don't remember, something like California was the first state, so like you'd have explore a certain percent of California, get all the cities in California, and then when you got the DLC, instead of it being just this lump sum thing of like all that, it'd be just for that DLC. You'd have, you know, explore all of Colorado and that. This also means you can't 100% achievement without owning all the necessary DLC. Which means you have to pay. That's exactly what is the thing where I'm like, I'm not super happy about it when it's a DLC thing. Honestly, even I guess I don't mind it when it's like major updates, like when Terraria adds some giant expansion kind of thing. That's like, okay, I'm alright with that. It's fine. But it's still those things that I like when you 100% a game, you can be like, cool, it's done. You know, I can go back to it if I want, but I finished it. It's like it's not some like big issue, but when achievements are associated with DLC and tied to the base game, it does make me a little salty. Because like sometimes I don't care. Like if I'm gonna buy the DLC anyways, it doesn't bother me. But like for example, when I got City Skylines 1's airport DLC, I was pretty unhappy with it. I liked almost all the DLC for City Skylines 1, but that was the one outlier. I was like, nah, this was not worth the money. But it has a bunch of achievements to it, and I'd be pretty bitter if, like, you know, it got all the scathing reviews, and I was like, no, I'm not going to buy it because very clearly this is like low budget effort, not worth the money, not going to buy it, and then just have these achievements you can never finish. And I know I shouldn't care, but it's annoying. It's a kind of thing I feel like I'd almost go to a game and I'd give it a bad review, being like, hey, the game itself is fine, but I'm going to knock off a star because this is kind of a crap way of handling this. That said, I don't think Steam supports the idea of DLC having its own achievements associated with it exclusively and not the base game. But I think it'd be a good idea. That is honestly one thing I really appreciate about doing content creation. So, you know, you have where it's like, this is my income and all that, you know, pay my bills and yada yada. That's obviously very important. More important than the next thing I'm going to say. But, low-key, even though I can't get every game or whatever, the fact that I can get a hold of games that otherwise I probably just wouldn't be able to justify buying, you know, at times, is really a nice thing. Now, granted, I do this for, like, right now, it would be, what, 57 hours a week that I'm actually live on stream. Probably add an extra 20 or so hours on top of that with stuff, well, probably more than that, but I'm gonna say 20 hours or so that I'm, like, dealing with stream-related stuff off-stream. Probably is a lot more than that. Probably more than I want to think about. So it's like I put in a ridiculous number of hours for that benefit. But it's nice. That said, like I said, you don't get every key you want. It's honestly some of the big ones you're most excited about. You're like, yeah, it's a AAA game. They're not gonna give you a key. It's fine. If I want it bad enough, I'll pay for it. Just a lot of times I can't justify it. Especially if it's something I don't think will perform well on the channel. Like if it's just something like just too far outside the normal genre. Or we'll give you a key on Epic Games. Not interested. Pass. Try again. Like I've had where, and it's only happened one time, I've had where a game was coming out on Epic and that's it, and they were sponsoring the channel. That's like fine. Like it's like, okay, I'm not a fan of Epic. Like, you know, that, but it's like, I'm not that against it that I'm not going to sit there and pay my bills with it. Because the game was a good game, people were excited about it. So it's like, sure. I'm trying to remember which one that was. Was that the airship one? That came out in early access where you'd, it was like Raft, but an airship? Like, and I had a good time with it, it's just, I never played again after that because, like, the game it was, because I just don't open the Epic Launcher. I don't want to deal with the Epic Launcher. I gave it enough tries, and no, that's not it. The airship was on Steam. It was Dead Island 2. Dead Island 2 was the one, because it was on the Epic Launcher, and I remember the entire reason I was having those crashes, which is why I didn't end up playing more, I was waiting for the update, is because there was a problem, and the problem was with the game, to be clear. That was causing crashes when you would have any type of overlay over the game, and you got, you know, and you're playing the game. And that would have been fine, you just turn off your overlays. Except the Epic Launcher, you cannot turn off your overlays without going into its actual system files and start just deleting stuff. That there's like files you have to delete to convince it to not have it. To not overlay. So every single time in the game I got an achievement, it would crash the game. So when it came to like fighting bosses, I would fight the boss, get the achievement, crash, and then have to fight the boss again. Because I crashed before I could save, because that nonsense. So I only streamed it like once, I think it was like only 1 or 2 times, and then that was it, because that was about what my tolerance was with the crashes. Because every time I got an achievement. Like every time you advance the story any meaningful amount. And that's honestly my biggest issue. My 2 big issues with the Epic Launcher is I am very heavily against exclusives that aren't that way for technical reasons. Like, I understand game devs going, we've developed this game, we developed it for PlayStation, we can't just bring our code base across, like, and we don't have the budget. Sure, I get it. Alright, so we didn't take any damage. So we're doing where do you need it? Let's see, you had to find spaceship game like Raft. It was Forever Skies? Yes. I thought it said airship game like Raft. If I did say spaceship, I apologize. I can't see where I'm taking this because you put a big thing on my thing asking me if I want to auto park. All right. So no damage. I need to park it there. Yeah, that was not the one that was the Epic exclusive. As you just went and checked up on it, looks like it's pretty still early access. Yeah, I think it's one of those games that people got really hyped for, and it's ultimately going to have problems succeeding, just because by the time it gets out of early access, people already be moved on to other things. That is not on track. I didn't turn nearly sharp enough. We'll get it. I need to cut the wheel sharper so I can get the trailer to turn the other way. I know we're not on target. We're just backing up a little bit more. Need to pull over this way more. Keep bringing it on over. Need to start cutting it back. Not quite on target. Ooh. All right. There. And we got our second time of parking challenge. Apparently that's an achievement I haven't done yet. Okay, so we did park it doing that. So we got the thing for like a glove. So that's that challenge done. So that's another dare drop done. So we're in Hutchinson. So we want to see if we can get to Marysville, Phillipsburg, or delivering one of those wings or whatever there. So we're looking for Marysville or Phillipsburg? Okay. So we're just looking for any of those places. Nope. All right. And Wichita, do we have any of those wings or anything like that that I've been kind of fussing about? Like I said, I kind of feel like they're special delivery. Because we got the cowls, and I don't think that's what we're looking for. There's aircraft wing. So there is aircraft wing. So it is two separate things. Which is weird, because the way it says and jet engine inlets, I feel like it should be one delivery. Because if that's the case, that's 12 deliveries. I think we're just not going to do that dare drop. Alright, do you have something to go to Marysville or Phillipsburg? You check the neighboring stuff. Phillipsburg, okay. Offer expires in 42 minutes. Quick travel. Let's get these last two towns found. That way we've got basically all of the dare drops we can here. This is definitely a jam. Okay, it's just across the road, so we could probably make that. And I know we need gas in a bad way. I'm gonna grab the gas after we get the delivery started. Because if I wait, and it takes me more than like a minute or two to do it, we don't get to do the delivery. Don't care. Have money. When breaking the law results in a fine, the law only applies those who don't have money. Oh, wait. Stop. It's fine, we didn't take damage. I didn't realize that was the turn right there, and then I saw the X's, I was like, I'm going way too fast. Bitterbeat says I came into some hype reverse. Yep. How's it going, Bitterbeats? Can I, Bitterbits, sorry, I'm not Bitterbeats. My mind is going, beats are happening. Bitterbits, how's it going? And let me just start this because I'm on a time frame for that. Okay. And what were we been playing recently? It says World of Warcraft, so I'm guessing the World of Warcraft hardcore bug has bitten you. Because that's a good time. Alright, so we're too late. No, wait, we're not. We're going to Phillipsburg. That's right. Alright, so take the job. Oh, good, we're going to do the turn things. That's not necessary. Oh, no, it's no problem. We're going to be delivering home accessories to Phillipsburg, Kansas. They're going to pay us a whole $6,000, which is terrible. But that's fine. How's the truck going? It's going good. We accepted, was it like 7 or 8 dare drops? And we're at 5 of them done, sorry. 5 of them done. And we're about to finish another one here not too long. And then we have one we can't get it to spawn the delivery I have to do, so I'm probably not going to care about it. It's good times. We're also making... Oh, that's not what I want. That's the button to cruise control and farm sim. All right. But yeah, so we're just driving all over Kansas. Good times. Yeah, there's been a lot of good dare drops lately. I think active literally right now is American Truck Simulator has a dare drop where you get the latest DLC for free. And this is for creators, just so people know. They have Farming Simulator 22 has their thing up with the latest DLC for free. You have Construction Simulator. So if you're looking at sim games, there's all those. There's also like a horror game or two that I just ignored because they're not a good fit for the channel. Yeah, now that dares, all the ones that require no damage, it's all good. I know, I appreciate that. Honestly, we only had one that we had a problem with. There was only one that we had a problem with, that I grabbed it and I immediately got damaged, so we just reverted our save back to right when we picked it up. I'm honestly surprised the one with the GPS didn't end up being harder. Or not harder, that we didn't have any problems with that one. Like, don't get me wrong, we took the scenic route, but that's on me going, I don't know where I'm going. Oh, we can go ahead and slow down a little bit. Kansas has a surprising number of roundabouts. It's fine. I didn't want to deal with those trucks and the roundabouts and all that. Those aren't even like true roundabouts. They're like this weird like figure 8 thing. Just with like the middle part missing. So it's like 2 roundabouts with like... yeah, I was gonna grab gas, wasn't I? Well, let's hope that wasn't a mistake. Like I just blew through red light? Yeah, red light makes your car go faster, right? Right? This must be a really heavy load that I've underestimated, because it is taking us a long time to get to speed. Because I'm also not under the impression that Kansas is a particularly hilly or mountainous state. Because I sure don't feel like we're going up a steep hill. I also don't actually know much about Kansas other than they get tornadoes. Yeah, and that's the thing is I think it's heavier than I expected. The 2 trailers. All right, so we're watching for a gas station that we can get to pretty easy. All right, I don't really want to go off this exit, but I also feel like if I don't, we're not making it to our destination. So we're going to go ahead and pop off here, get some gas, and go from there. All right. Oh, those are going to be some interesting pumps to pull into with the 2 trailers. I think we have to like poke the front in and then back up. Because I don't think we're making the turn going towards... Oh, never mind. This will go along the side. That's fine. I was thinking the whole length of it had the building on that side. I was about to be like, yeah, that'll be fun turning 2 trailers in an area intended for like a car. Alright, so top off our gas and get going. Just a casual $1,056 fill-up. No big deal. Fine, don't care. don't really even care. I even checked my right. I'm like, all right, the right's fine. I'm on some back road. It won't matter. Nah, we had to be so careful for... I mean, it's funny because when you think about like the amount of time I've gotten damaged in this stream, like, other than this delivery, almost all the deliveries, we only had like 1 or 2 very minor instances of damage, and otherwise it's been like flawless because I had to be flawless to do the dare drops. But now that I'm not stuck driving real slow, I'm being a little bit more aggressive. Well, you don't want to try squeezing through the gap between the... Do you drive like this for real? No, actually I'm a very defensive driver. I'm also going way under the speed limit. I'm not that defensive. It's just something I kind of picked up because even when I first started driving, like while I was on my own, I'd drive a bit, not aggressively, but I would be, I'd drive a bit faster, that kind of stuff. Like I never ended up getting in any real trouble when I was younger. But if I had a passenger in the car, I would drive extremely defensively. And kind of the entire thing about it was, I kind of always figured if I got myself into an accident and got hurt or whatever, I am the responsible party. Like, the responsible party is the one who's being punished for it. That kind of thing. Versus if I was driving irresponsibly with someone who, you'd assume it would be like a friend or, someone is, like dating or whatever, I would feel so much worse about that. Because, like to me, like, the worst case scenario in my head would be I would get into a car accident. I would be okay and they wouldn't. And it was one of those things I'm like, I'm sure at some point I would work through it. I don't know how long and how hard it would be to get to that point. It would be one of those things I feel like would always be like, on my shoulders for like the rest of my life if that happened. Like I don't know if I'd ever truly be okay with that. So as such, like, I've always been a very, very defensive driver. Because, like, if I drive on my own like an idiot and I go into a ditch, that's a me problem. Do you have a CDL? No. I've actually had a lot of people ask me that. Like, when I played this game, I've had quite a few people asking if I have a commercial license, which I find curious. Because, like, if I play Farm Sim, I don't have people ask me if I run a farm. If I play, like, Construction Simulator, I mean, anyone watching me play Construction Simulator should definitely not ask whatsoever. Because, seriously, the way I played that, the answers its own question. Like, no complaints. It's a curious thing that I play a game, a lot of people are like, do you have your commercial license? It's like, no. I don't know, maybe it's me. I would assume if I did this for a living, I would not want to play this after work. And I could be wrong, and I'm sure there's definitely people who that's, they like the driving the truck part, but they don't like everything else around it, so it's kind of cathartic to be able to just do the part of their job they enjoy and not have to worry about filling out the paperwork or, not like in this game you go to scale and you hit enter and it's just like you're done versus going to the scale, getting out, showing them the paperwork and all that, and, all that kind of stuff, and they go through and they check, they do the numbers, they do the walk around of your vehicle, and then they're like, cool, you're good to go, sign off on it or whatever. Maybe it's like Pilots of Flight Sims? I have no idea what the stipulations of Pilots of Flight Sims are. I could see it being another one of those things that, again, because you can just hop in the plane and fly and do that part without, having to go through all your checks and all your instrumentation and having to, talk to traffic control and be like, yeah, I'm gonna be taking off, going over to this place, doing that thing. I don't know the terminology. Like, off the top of my head. Like, I used to have a bunch of that knowledge, but that's been too long. But, like, go through your checks and all that. you know, figure out what taxi lane you're gonna get and everything. Just being able to go, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull this big old jumbo jet. I'm gonna throw the jets into reverse, which is not allowed, to reverse the, you know, back up the jet myself, and then just fly. I can understand. I don't know. I feel like personally though, if I did it for a living, I wouldn't want to play a game of it. Like, if there was a software developer game, like literally the game is you do software development, I feel like I would definitely not into it. Sleep said, you have a CDL, it agree 100%. A recent grad, still very interested, but yeah. You start 3-4 weeks in 2-3 days off. This will be the last thing I'll play. That's kind of my thought. It's also like, so, and as a counter argument from the IT side, I could see myself playing the PC Builder Simulator game. That to me looks like fun. I do not want to play a game that's like IT simulator game where a PC shows up and you have to run it through all the troubleshooting processes to figure out what's wrong and then do the thing. That I don't think I'd have as much fun with that. Sorry, it's amazing. The reason I don't play Gas Station Simulator, just no idea with that for my job. I don't want to deal with it in game. Yeah. Well, that's, so like there's lots of games that are like retail style games, but they're like Tycoon. Those can be fun, but if you actually gave me a game that was like Salesman Tycoon or Salesman Simulator, where I actually had to go into the store and like restock inventory by hand and, you know, deal with customers asking questions about where to find stuff and all that, and then just randomly a customer would be belligerent for absolutely no freaking reason because that's what it's like working in retail. Someone has a bad day, so they just go to the local store and they punch on their, verbally beat on their local salesman or cashier or whatever because people have nothing better to do with their time. Like, I would definitely not want to do that. And I haven't done retail in like 15 plus years. Yeah, no, I've absolutely been there. That a person just walks in and they're screaming at you and you're kind of like, I don't understand what's happening right now. Like, all I did is I said hello and I'm being yelled at by this person whose face is beet red. And most of the time I want to help them, but like first they got to convey what the heck it is they want. And honestly, a lot of times it's they come in angry because they want to return something that didn't work or it's not what they wanted, or even it's just they bought it, there's nothing wrong with it, but they, you know, they got sticker shock or whatever. They you know, regret spending the money, and they're already at the beginning expect you to like run them through the ringer just to get a return, and so they just blow up in your face and they're just screaming at you. And then when you can finally get them to actually convey what the heck they want, you're like, oh yeah, I can deal with that, no problem. Like, you didn't need to yell at me, man. Like, you bought it, it's in the box, it's not been touched. Yeah, you can return that. You got the receipt, who cares? You're good. And you listen to the same 5 holiday songs on repeat. Alright, I'll be fair. It was like 12. But yeah, and you do that crap from like the end of October to like the second or third week of January is nothing but the same Christmas tracks the entire time as you slowly lose your grip on reality. Man, I don't miss those days. And I feel for anyone who's still working retail or still working foods or front-end tourism. All those jobs get that garbage. The nuance of what you get changes, but all those get people who are just completely, like, belligerent for no reason. Then they yell at you about company policies you have no control over, that half of the time you agree with them. But you're like, what do you expect me to do? I actually had to call the police to deal with them. I had to do that only like twice. I had one person who showed up and they went to the cashier. And I want to say I was, if I remember correctly, because it was the thing where they had like a bunch of the cashiers in like a block that there's like a register on each side. And there's a cashier there, and I had just finished ringing someone up. And the person sat there, and they're like, I get a discount. And they put their concealed carry permit on the table. And the person's like, no, that doesn't give you a discount. And the person kind of went back, and they took their jacket, and they leaned it back with shoulder-holstered gun. At the time, in the state, the law was, it's a concealed weapons license. The moment is not concealed by the law we had here, is that is intent to use. The moment they made their gun visible, it's the same as if they pointed it at you. And like I immediately got on as like, you can get the hell out of here, because like that is what is known as a strong arm robbery you're doing right now. Is you're creating the implied threat of violence if we don't do this. And I like with him right there, you know, I hit like 911 and dialed it. It's like I've got a person like, and he, you know, threw a fit and ran out. But I'm like, you don't know what people are gonna do. Like the man was already ready to like had his hand on his gun and everything. I'm like, what the hell do you think you're gonna do, man? Like you are literally robbing us effectively at gunpoint at this moment. And it's very clear he knew his like concealed permit doesn't get you a discount at a tool store. What a garbage is that? He was just trying to strong arm rob for a discount. And the worst thing is like he's buying something worth like $15. So he's basically getting himself in danger of potentially going to jail for like $1. People are ridiculous. They don't think things through. Alright, so we got Marysville. Did he get arrested? Nah, he was long gone by the time the police got there. You get your kid killed, revoked, trespassed, potentially jailed. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, if you look at that, the moment I told him to leave the store, if he stayed, it'd be trespass. He would get his concealed carry weapon permit revoked for brandishing a firearm. You know, and again, like it's one thing if it's a self-defense, but for brandishing a firearm, especially in what would be considered a criminal action, he would absolutely have gotten his concealed weapon taken away, and he would not be allowed to get it back for a long time, if ever. It would be considered a strong arm robbery, which is a type of robbery. So, like, that's, again, the implication of threat, like, that you're going to do something. So if you have, like, 5 big people who are, like, big muscular people stand over a person that said, you need to give that to me for free, that's a strong arm robbery. Even if they don't physically say, even if they don't, like, grab it and run off, but they say, like, hey, you know, like, there's the implied threat that something's going to happen, you know, that could be a strong arm robbery. So yeah, no, if the police had gotten there in time, which I didn't expect them to get there in time, mostly I was calling the police so I could give them a report, be like, this is the guy's description, this is the guy's name, this is the guy's address, because he put his permit on the desk and it had all that stuff on it. And I was repeating that crap in my head the whole time. Because I didn't need the rest of it. It was a local thing. All I needed was his road. I mean, maybe they did arrest him later, but I don't think they did. I forgot. I'm looking for mayor. But we need to do this, and we're looking for Marysville, if we can make that happen. Yeah, apparently Phillipsburg does not have a whole lot going on. Alright, anything going for Marysville anywhere nearby? Ideally something I don't have to drive a huge distance, because I just want to knock it out, have this airdrop done. Yeah, no, that's the kind of thing that, like, you gotta be really dumb to do that. And then again, it'd be one thing I could understand if they were like, oh yeah, I want this, like, plasma screen TV and all, like, you know, there's actual money involved. Or at least get a couple $100 out of it. I think maybe his figuring is such a small thing that no one would push him on it. Yeah, one more city to go. We're just missing Marysville. I'd like to do a delivery to there. If we don't find a delivery, we'll just drive there. Because apparently Marysville either doesn't import anything at all, which would be curious. I'm sure there's someone who lives in Kansas who will just be like, oh yeah, Marysville's a whole, like there's no one there. I have no idea. For the record, Marysville could be 2 billion people for all I know. I doubt it, but it could be. I have no knowledge of Kansas whatsoever. Yeah, we're just driving there. We haven't found anything. We're gonna fast travel over to Junction City since it's the closest. Yeah, no, he was figuring to just get away with it. Which he's lucky because the store was in a mall and we dealt with a lot of shoplifting there, like a lot of shoplifting. So usually they had cops nearby. So we definitely had plenty of times people went to steal something and the cop was just like literally sitting out in the parking lot and just like got out of his car and just walked inside and was like, is there a problem? We had once or twice that a cop actually stopped someone shoplifting in the store before we knew we had someone shoplifting. Wasn't very often. But they were definitely on point with that. We kind of had two different groups of shoplifters we'd have come through. We'd have the shoplifters who'd come through who couldn't afford something they needed, and they would steal the thing they needed. And most of the time they got away, because they'd steal like a drill bit. Or something like really minor. They'd steal like, you know, a number 2 Phillips screwdriver. And honestly, it's not worth the hassle or the effort or anything for us to deal with it. Because like, for example, as in my role, I was actually specifically not supposed to intervene with shoplifters. I could actually get written up and lose my job. Population 3,400. Yeah, so it's a nice little town. Not tiny, but it's a nice little town. It's quaint. But yeah, you'd have the professionals who would roll in. And when the professionals would roll in, they would stage everything, they get all ready. For those who know what staging is with retail, that's a person who's intending on stealing something. They'll grab the thing of value, and they will move it someplace nearby the door. And the reason they do that is because then when it comes time for them to actually grab and go, they can walk by, grab it, and they're out the door within 5 seconds. Because a lot of the stores, especially back then, they would put the rails by the door. So you'd have, you know, the door would open, you'd have kind of like a fence that would go 8-10 feet. You'd usually have your cash registers at that point. That basically where the merchandise was and where out was, there was a gap between there. So what they'd usually do is they go along that fence, they would stage it around that fence, and then, you know, they'd go past the register and then pick it up over the fence and run off. That kind of stuff. But you'd have them that roll in and they'd find these, like, they have like $500-600 drill sets where it's like, you know, the drill, a sawzall, you know, a planer, like some lights, and just a whole, like the whole big complete one. And they would stage it, they'd grab one under either arm and they'd walk right out the door. And if you weren't like right on top of them, they're already gone. And they would do that. And then it'd come in several hours later, and they'd do it again, and then they wouldn't come back because by then you've got their face and everything, you've figured them out. So, you know, people are like super watchful of them because most people shoplift, they grab one thing, they run off, and you won't see them again for months, if ever. But these professional groups, they would have like someone who would come through that. They'd do that once or twice in your store, and then they'd go on to another store and then start doing it there. And it'd have a rotation, so, you know, someone else would pop in, and they'd be like, the next one. These were organized groups. And they would get shut down. But take a while. And this is a long time ago, by the way. We're talking, this is like 2002, that kind of time frame. And most of those groups, it catches up to them. But in the short term, it is pretty remarkable at how much they get away with. More than double the population of your hometown? Yeah, like 3,000 something isn't teeny tiny. Like it's It's teeny tiny when you get to a town. It's like, here's this town. What's its population? 120. You're going, oh, I see. It has a singular business. I understand. We're talking a tiny town. You know, they've got the gas station and the diner, and otherwise that's what's in the town. They tried to open a Subway once, but it didn't make it. I actually don't think 120 people would be enough to support. You'd have to have some very, very generous regulars in a town of like 120 to support a restaurant. Because like you'd still have, like honestly, you'd probably have higher operating expenses than a lot of other towns because you'd probably have to ship stuff in from farther away, so your material costs would be higher. You know, labor costs would probably be lower, which, you know, is significant. But, you know, with a population of 120, you know, you'd see single-digit customers. Oh yeah, that's also fair, Burn and Sun. Burn and Sun saying depends on what the travel route is like. Yeah, now that'd be another thing. Like, if you're this tiny little 120 population town, but it happens to be along a major highway between two significant points, that'd probably be fine. But Zeus said, had to be a long time ago. I feel like now you walk into a store, the cameras are glued on you watch. Well, we still had the cameras on you as well, Sleepy. It's just, the professional shoplifters, like, they usually would have someone who wouldn't steal anything, who would case out the place, figure out where the blind spots are. They would potentially stage stuff, but not actually steal it, so technically have not committed a crime. And to do those kind of tests. See how fast you respond, that kind of stuff. And then they decide whether or not they're going to target you. And if they feel like they can get away with it, you know, reliably, then they'll target you. They do their homework, the professional groups. But yeah, no, they usually have camera. There's one thing to keep in mind with the cameras in most of these places. So usually use CCTV cameras for a whole range of reasons. It's difficult to sustain a business in a village of 120 people unless you have a monopoly on toilet paper. Yeah, you would have to have outside money coming in some means or another. Whether it's, you know, people driving through your town that your local business, you know, you're the gas station, you're picking up all those people driving through, or your restaurant picking up all those people driving through. Or it's one of those things along the line of, you know, you have a software company who is doing all that kind of stuff. Brent says, I know Target ignored it at the time, but kept track of shoplifters until they had sold enough to make him a felon. Yep, that's one thing they do. The retail store I worked for, I don't believe did that. If they caught you, they go for you. Now, I will say if they saw you, like, trying to take off with a riding lawnmower or something, one, it's going to be slow enough they know they can get you. But yeah. Like, if you were, like, way high profile, you know, you get caught pretty easy. We had loss prevention in the store. But, thanks. But yeah. And I get, you know, honestly, it makes sense for them to do that, to wait till you're up to the charge of a felon. Because, one, it means you haven't just, like, either one, you did a major theft, or two, you stole enough that you're, like, a repeat thief. It also means you're probably not stealing stuff you actually need. You're probably stealing stuff, steal stuff kind of thing. So I actually don't really have a problem with that strategy. Because honestly, so much little stuff gets stolen that if you were trying to truly prevent all theft in your store, one, it'd be an impossible thing. And two, the effort you'd be putting in would be significantly more than the cost of what you've lost. Because like I said, a lot of stuff you'll just find empty packages of drill bits and screwdrivers that you go, okay, well that's $3 stolen. you know, $5 stolen, whatever the cost was. You know, by the time you take any kind of risks, that money, you're not going to make it back. It's not worth the time or effort. Nakuber says, yep, when I was 911, it was usually the small stores that called in for in-progress theft. Yeah. They also probably couldn't afford to handle the loss as much either. Because the bigger stores would be all insured and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of times the insurance will actually push back on them intervening because they're like, no, because, you know, even if you have several $1,000s stolen, if, you know, one of your employees tries to stop the person and then ends up in the hospital for it, that's going to cost us way more than that theft, so insurance will want you to take the less expensive thing. Because also on that top, you know, on top of it, if someone steals a TV one time, it's a cost of one time. Versus, you know, if you have someone who gets assaulted because they're stopping a thief and they have a chronic illness now or chronic problem, that's going to be a long-term expense. Or a far more significant one. Yep, that's a big reason why. Oh yeah, no, I remember. Like I said, it was policy that the rule we had was no one in the store was allowed to go past the sidewalk. Loss prevention, and I don't know all the rules they had. They could intervene on someone shoplifting, but once that person got past the sidewalk, they're off limits. Not that they never did, because sometimes loss prevention would be pissed off enough at, you know, someone who is a constant problem that they would skirt the rules a little bit. For me, my only thing I was allowed to do is if I saw someone suspicious, I was allowed to call back to the loss prevention phone. I was not supposed to do anything more than that. I absolutely did do more than that on more than one occasion, but company policy I wasn't allowed to in any way intervene. The only big one I did was usually I kind of went to the person and was just like, hey, can I help you with that? Here, let me go ahead and take that over to the register for you, like that kind of thing. So, you know, the person knew that you were on to them, and that was usually enough to spook them away. Oh, which is why I did that. But we had one person that we would take lawn equipment that got taken home by someone and then got returned, which most of the time it's a person just didn't know how to use it, or they got home and then they started feeling uncomfortable about the money they spent on it. Did we actually get the city? I've been autopiloting. Do we actually get credit for the city? Let me check the achievements. Sunflower State. We do have the achievement. So I autopiloted. Is there a way in game? Oh, I know how I can show this in game. Yep. Wait. I have the achievement. It says the city has no service, but I have the achievement for it. For the record, I do actually have the achievement. Here, you know what? I can make this work. I'll switch to display capture. Display capture. I said display capture. Stop moving my screens around. Display capture. We can go right up here. Discover every city in Kansas requires a Kansas DLC. Unlocked December 2nd, 2023, 3:21 a.m. So that'll do. I can show that I have it. Because it's weird that says has no service. That's an interesting one. Yeah, so we got that achievement. Cool. Alright, and that leaves us with the one and only achievement we're missing. How am I doing on time? We're definitely not going to finish the last one. But let me go ahead and get this out of the way. I'm going to fast travel down to Wichita. On today's do it, we have Rual with the do and don'ts of shoplifting. I mean, for the record, considering this is 2002, I'm sure they've got better tech now than they used to. There is lots of advancements in loss prevention that they do. Like, I do know a number of stores rescinded the policy to not stop shoplifters. They probably still discourage it. Yeah, so none of these counted for the Kansas event. That's kind of a bummer. I'm actually pretty unhappy about that, but it's whatever. What are they gonna get me if I do this? You'll receive an amber sunflower ornament. Fine. I'm not gonna do that tonight, but maybe that's something that me and Surwak. Yeah, Walmart, you think has facial recognition? It wouldn't surprise me. I would be surprised if they don't have that kind of tech going on. It's not super reliable, but even if it's not, just having it there is enough to scare people. And if you can scare people into not shoplifting in the first place, it's doing its job. Not that I agree with it, but it's doing its job. I personally feel like facial recognition kind of thing, that's none of their business. Because one of those things, they can then steal that information, and that causes its own set of problems. Alright, what I'm going to do in the meantime is I'm not going to worry about that because they don't have what I'm doing. I'm going to go to my garage manager. Okay, so I've got room for another vehicle in this garage. Is this... Okay, that can't be an upgrade. Yeah, so another vehicle, another driver in that garage. So truck dealers... Buy online. Buy fleet. Select. Purchase. Okay. Recruitment agency. Just hire a driver, I don't care where they come from. And who is the cheapest person we have? They are all the same price. Welcome, Julian. Go make me money. Now, the question is, do I just keep buying all of the garages in one area? Or do we spread them out? I almost feel like I want to just kind of hostile take over here, just like slowly expand. It's probably not the right move, but I don't want to have to sit there and look for the gaps in between everything. Okay, so we can go to truck dealers, international, do this, buy online, buy fleet options, purchase. Okay. Purchase. Okay. I need 2 more drivers. Recruitment agency. Hire driver. I appreciate all of you being cheap. Michelle, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Welcome aboard. Linda, welcome aboard. Welcome to the team. You're the least expensive, and you're the one we want to do it. And so the entirety of California can't get goods without going through all shipping. Sounds about right. Yep. That is how you business. How you unethically business. Alright. Maybe we'll see if we can't knock out a, what do I have to do this one? So it has to be an external contract or external market. I don't know what the difference of those. Yada, yada, yada. Yada, yada, yada. So it has to be an external contract. Delivery to or from a Kansas City and must be at least 100 miles. Okay, so browse contracts. We're gonna look for like... Where do I see the mileage on this? How many? Okay, trip distance 35. We're looking for one at like around 100 miles per hour. Or 100 miles. 155. You know what? 155 is good enough for me. Let's begin this delivery. It is from in Kansas to in Kansas. So, excellent. That'll be our first trip there. We can knock this one out. It should be relatively quick. And then that'll be good. Yeah, so this isn't a dare drop one. This is the other one because we haven't been able to get that dare drop one with the wings and jet engines to show up. And I'm not going to worry about it. The trailer is ready in the loading area. Because what I figure we could do is, me and Zoe are supposed to play this on Sunday, is the plan. And maybe that's something we work on. We could work on unlocking our Amber Sunflower. If Convoy can even do those. I have no idea. I've not multiplayed this. This will be a new experience. Alright. I also have no idea how much Sui has or has not played this either. That'll be curious. Turn green, turn green, turn green. Oh well, speeding ticket. Well, not speeding ticket, red light ticket. Interesting. I didn't get a ticket for turning on a red arrow. I'd work with that. It's probably because it went wide enough it thought I was just going straight through. All right. But yeah, so once all these dare drops get accepted, well, that actually would be really nice, is if the dare drops all get accepted, you know, tonight and tomorrow, when we play American Truck Simulator with Sui, we can give out a bunch of copies of American Truck Simulator. Like, I'll make it a thing that doesn't interrupt on her stream or whatever, but just, you know, pop it and be like, all right, let's start the next giveaway kind of thing. Control doesn't do anything in this game that I care about, right? I'm not seeing it do anything obvious. One of the dares already got approved. Nice. I'm really impressed by how far along that's come. Because like I said, in the past, I would have to go through clip by clip by clip, submit it, fill out like one or two, like, it's just like a little thing that just like, here's where it's at, that kind of thing. And then, you know, several days to like a week later it'd get approved. So like, they're doing a really stunning job over there. I gotta go do the thing where I give TikTok a quick kick so it doesn't end the stream over there. There we go. It has been kicked. I need to make a thumbnail for American Truck Simulator. Even if it means I repeat the thumbnail just when I go live instead of just having... I have a generic, I don't have a thumbnail, here's just Rual Storge going live kind of thing. But it'd be good to actually have one. Like, I try to have one for each game, but, you know, since I don't always know what I'm going to do in advance, sometimes I just don't. How are we doing on time anyways before I start this? Yeah, I probably got, for a short delivery, I probably got time for that. It's only 100 miles. It'll take me about 20 minutes, I think. Oh, I bet you that opens. Nope, that's not a gate. I was just looking where it looked like the whole thing was hollow there. I was like, oh, there's probably just a gate over here. That's all. I gotta go around the other side of the building. It's fine. Hey, Pank, getting that 5 stream streak. Nice. Gotta get a shout out for Pank Raru. Was playing some Baldur's Gate 3 earlier, playing as a, I believe it was a Tiefling Warlock, if I'm not mistaken. We've been doing some dare drops for American Truck Simulator and all that. That's something. I'm not sure if it's something that would interest you one way or the other, Pankraru, but Dare Drops right now is doing American Truck Simulator, Farming Simulator 22, and has Construction Simulator all on Dare Drops right now. But yeah, Pankraru is like the greatest pink squid on the internet, so you should definitely drop a follow over there. Plays a whole variety of game, playing some Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time today. Plays a whole mess of fun games over there. Like there's like an XCOM-like game. I keep forgetting the name of it. I'm so bad about that. But I'm definitely an absolutely fantastic person to check out. Phoenix Point, thank you. I am terrible at remembering that. But yeah, so good times over there. I'm getting very tired. All right, Stray the Mage. You have a good one. You sleep well. But definitely recommend it. Friend of the channel and all that. Not full 18-wheelers. But yeah, not just, like, I wasn't sure how you are on simulators, like if they're your jam or not. But I figured I'd share just in case. They got all those dare drops going on. Get a bunch of keys for your community and yourself. Good stuff there. Keys are nice. Yeah, they all 3 of them were very generous with their keys. Like we've been playing just for what, 5-ish hours, 5.5 hours of American Truck Simulator today. And it's not exactly clear if we'll be getting like 4 keys for the base game and then like 2 keys for the base game with the new DLC, or 6 keys of the base game and 4 keys for the base game with the DLC. Not really sure. It's not exactly well written, but it's gonna be a bunch of keys, like a whole bunch of keys. So it's been really generous. And then Farm Sim, we were able to get 2 year 1 season passes and 2 year 2 season passes. Those circle things? Yeah, there are elbow crushers. And the reason I'm calling them the elbow crushers is they're good to have. They're the things where you go like that to turn your wheel versus like have to do hand over hand. Yeah, I mean, you're aware, but like saying for at large. But you're supposed to have like 1, maybe 2 at the absolute most. Versus 4 of them, you're going to turn the wheel and you're going to go to brace and just slap your elbow 100% with that thing. And you're going to do it again and again until you fracture or you break your arm. You're going to hit a curb or something, it's going to come back and whack your arm at full force. And you're going to be in a cast. But the game let me do it, so I did it. We're also getting a cute little sunflower thing on our dashboard, and I also have a plushie I still haven't put on my dashboard for the last event. I'm actually surprised I didn't hit that post. Sorry about that. Crunched my candle because it started to get away from me. Just didn't have a good grasp on it. One of the dare drops, we had to turn off all of our GPS stuff and get from one city to the other, like specific cities, using no GPS to speak of. So I had chat navigating for me. It went better than expected. It was pretty good. It honestly probably took us just as long as figuring out how to turn off the GPS on the dashboard than it did to actually... It's not true. It definitely took longer to drive it. But it took us a while to figure out how to turn off the GPS on the dashboard. But now I know, so now I can just toggle it on and off anytime I want. Not that I ever planned to toggle it off, because why would I? Oh, I can be going much faster. Oh, right. No, we can't go faster. We're doing the challenge stuff, which locks you in and all that. Are they legal to use for commercial drivers? GPS? Oh, you mean the wheel things? Or the wheel nubs? I'm pretty sure you can use them as a commercial driver. I don't know for a fact myself. I'm not a commercial driver, but I don't believe they're against the law. I don't know why they would be. Because those things bolt on real hard onto the steering wheel. Like the good ones. Yep, so technically the speed limit's 75, but there is a thing when you're doing the external contracts for events that your truck has what's effectively a governor that doesn't let you go over 65. It's fine. We're already most of the way there. That's the reason why, even though it's like 30 after, I was like, yeah, I'll take another mission. It'll take me like 15, 20 minutes to knock this one out. Yeah, and I also can't hold W to go faster either. You're hard locked at 65 on the external contracts. Yeah, so we got all but one of the dare drops done. The only one we didn't get done was where we had to ship airplane wings and engines. Or sorry, not engines, airplane wings and inlets. Engine inlets. But we just didn't get the option to ship them at all, so we just didn't. Okay, interesting. In Germany, last I know, you'd be fine for using them. Interesting. I mean, it might be a thing here. I'm not a commercial driver. I don't know why you wouldn't be allowed to use it. Just like for plush wheel covers. Yeah, no, I don't know all the rules here. I know we've had multiple people here who have driven commercially in the past to various capacities. That they might have a better knowledge of it. I can't say I've particularly seen people use it, but with how high big rig cabs are, if you're not like climbing up into it to look into it, you're just not going to see it one way or the other. Gotta properly get in there and to inspect it to even see what the steering wheel's got going on for it. And especially considering my favorite cars are all small cars, that's even like double the thing. I'm not gonna be peering into many big rig windows when I used to drive my Miata. It's definitely a little bit too high. Some of those rigs I could probably drive under them and come out the other side, all right. Not the engine, but the trailer. And then I had a Civic before that. Bigger than the Miata, but still not exactly a large vehicle. Current vehicle's a little bigger than that, but still relatively small. Throws the steering wheel out the window. Happy now, officer? You're fined. You're required to have a steering wheel at all times while driving. Yeah, then here's your $200 littering fine. While we're at it. And of course, they're also gonna be like, son, I'm gonna need you to pick that back up. And the moment they're gonna do that, they're gonna do that thing where they hook their thumbs through the front belt loops of their pants, where they're kind of like grabbing like right along where like a belt buckle would be or whatever. Like, son, I'm gonna need you to pick that back up. We don't tolerate littering in these parts. Here's your citation. Don't let me catch you again. Now you get. Yeah. Nuh-uh. I'll take my ticket, but I'm not picking it back up. That feels like the wrong move. That's the kind of being uncooperative that makes things way worse than they need to be. Just to make it clear, I've seen them getting used, at least on TV. I guess trucker stubbornness. No idea. It is also one of those things, like I said, I think an officer would actually have to pull you over in the truck before they realized you had the wrong steering wheel. Because, like, again, your window is, like, over the top of their vehicle. If you're in, like, a big rig, I mean. So, like, you could probably get away with just about anything. Because, like, the only officer would see you is the one driving towards you, which means they have to drive towards you and then U-turn and come back to get you. And, I don't know about in Germany, but here in the U.S., when it comes to police officers pulling you over, there's certain stuff they can pull you over just, like, straight up. Like, if you're speeding, if you're recklessly driving, stuff like that, they can just pull you over, that's fine. There's other stuff that, to get pulled over, like, they can't pull you over for that violation, like, it's considered too minor, but if they happen to be pulling you over for something else, they can ding you for it while they've got you. I'm just taking my money. You're offering me 90 XP. I don't need XP. XP is pretty meaningless now. Yeah, secondary offense. Right. So they can't nail you for that up front. Like, that can't be why they pulled you over. But if you happen to be doing that, because I know for a while here in Florida, pulling someone over for not wearing a seatbelt was a secondary offense. So if you saw someone who clearly wasn't wearing their seatbelt, like on the back of their chair or whatever, you couldn't pull them over for that. But if you happen to pull them over for speeding and you noticed it, then you can deal with it. Plus, half the time you go to pull someone over and then immediately clip their seatbelt on, and, you know, then if they've, you know, argued it. Oh, that's interesting. That's a bug. A bug I'm okay with. The bug I'm talking about here is we just did our first external contract delivery. If I'm pretty sure that was our first one. But because we delivered both to and from a city in Kansas, it counted it both times. Do it before they patch it. I don't think they'll patch it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Now, with all that said, if I were to do another delivery, we'd be going over our time. So it is going to be about that time. We're going to start wrapping up and all that good stuff and finding someone for us to raid. I'm sure we can find someone excellent to raid tonight. So hang out for that. For all of those over there on YouTube checking it out,
what's the worst that could happen?
Make sure you like and subscribe over there on YouTube. And goodbye, YouTube. And we'll go